Perfect.
Everybody turn your phones down.
Turn them off, Carl. As long as Todd said I can see the speaker, that's all I really need. Okay? Right, Todd?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, let me know when you want to open.
It's 4:30.
Okay, are we live?
Alive.
Okay. Welcome everybody to the Carmel Unified School District Board of Education, live via the internet, April 29th, 4:30 p.m. And we are going to go ahead and start the meeting. And to begin with, we need to establish a quorum. Tricia, are you available?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Present.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Hey,
Sarah, you're
Sarah.
muted.
Sorry, yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes, here.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes,
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Now we would need a motion to adopt today's agenda.
motion to adopt the agenda?
And
Second,
a second. Moved and seconded. I think everything should be roll call at this point. Trish, roll
Board
call? or-
President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes,
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have adopted the agenda. Now we are going to go to item 2 on our agenda, which is closed session. The board will be moving into closed session and discussing the following issues when there. Item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, deciding whether to initiate litigation, and there are 2 potential cases. Item B, conference with legal counsel regarding potential settlement of special education claims against the district. There is one potential settlement based on the facts currently known to the potential plaintiff. Do I have an item C? I'm trying to find it here. I should.
Public employee.
It's marked 2C on the agenda on the screen.
Yet. No help. Okay, who sees item C?
2C, public
2C.
employee discipline. Thank you, Pancho.
Somebody please read that item for me because I'm not seeing it on the screen.
Item 2C, public employee discipline dismissal release complaints pursuant to Government Code 54957.
Thank you.
And-
Any other items?
Yes.
There's an item 2D, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957.
Thank you. Thanks for helping me with that. Okay, those would be the items that the board will be addressing in closed session. Anyone wishing to address the board regarding closed session may do so at this time. Public comment will be read out. Thank you. All
There are no
proceedings-
public comments received at this time for closed session.
None? Okay,
None.
well, in that case, we will go ahead and move to closed session. Thank you.
Are you guys remaining in here and then going to the other?
I think we should.
I don't think we can do both. It's not letting me.
Yeah, go ahead and log out of this one and come back later.
It was a race, and smart money was on Carl being last. So pretty riveting TV. Hey, Carl, you're on mute, Carl. You are auto muted, Carl. Can you push them?
Unmute.
There you go.
Yeah,
Excellent. There you go. Off to the races.
Okay, I believe we have all of our players on board. Is this correct? Do we have a quorum and
Yes, we do.
everyone? We do. Thank you, Todd. Okay, the board is coming out of closed session where no action was taken, and the board will return to closed session at the end of the regular board meeting. So at this point in time, we have already adopted the agenda. We could do a pledge of allegiance, but I don't have a flag handy.
I think Katya does.
Hey, who did that? Don Weaver, lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Oh, all right. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of
the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Not bad given the situation, folks. Okay. At this point, and thank you, Todd. He's smiling away over there. We're going to move to item D on our agenda. And by the way, welcome community to the board meeting. If you did not catch the open before we return to close, we welcome you and we're happy to be able to address you as a school board. And we're thinking about you all the time. And anyway, here we go. We're going to try to do the best with this that we can. At this point, we are going to the open session, and open sessions are normally recorded. I'm not sure if that would be the case on this one. I think Tricia Zarovich could weigh in on that, but I believe it will anyway. But anyway, the open session has time limits in terms of how long speakers can speak, and there's an awful lot of things that happen in a regular board meeting in an open session that really can't be done in a session like this. So I'm going to go ahead and I believe our host is the administrative secretary to the superintendent, Tricia Zarovich. So Tricia, do you want to go ahead and try to move us into public comments?
Sure. Did you want to skip the section for you guys to just state what you want to say and give Sebastian a chance to talk if he's here?
Well, we can do that. I'll tell you what. We should, and you know, I think we'll just go ahead and follow the normal protocol, which is communication from the board members, and I will go ahead and ask anyone on the board that is ready to share any information they wish or to pass it to another. Okay, board members, nothing?
Sure, I'll go first. Usually we're calling names, but so
No, yeah,
yeah, okay. So a few things that on my side, I've been working with MCOE on the tech equality that Barb introduced me to, which is actually a great overall committee. The other area that I've been working with is meeting with a few of our administrative tech group about a few things regarding the district, some ideas about what remote learning technologies could look like in the future. And then I also donated about, I think, 6,000 masks to MCOE and looking at the supplier that I have contact to be able to bring in an awful lot more masks because now, of course, it's a new mandate. So that's, I'm going to keep it short and sweet with just those 3 items for now.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to deviate a little bit here. We do have our student rep, Sebastian, who is standing by, and rather than have him stand by longer than he needs to stand by, I think we're going to go ahead and go a little out of order here and let Sebastian go ahead and talk to us about Carmel High School. Sebastian.
Hi, doing well, just at home, quarantined. Yeah, so we had a ASB meeting today, just talking about how we can keep putting on events and keep the school culture going. And it's been pretty tough. We have a Instagram page that's running really well. Me and my senior class president have been doing senior recognition, so posting just where people got into colleges, and those are getting like probably 6 times more likes than any of our other photos, and a lot of attention. That's a lot of fun, and a lot of people seem to like that. Other than that, I can say within most of my friends and definitely me, morale's pretty low. We just want to get back together just one more time at least to see each other. And we had that, or I was at that meeting yesterday just talking about graduation events, and that was pretty hopeful for me because I was kind of scared we would never see each other in that group aspect ever again, and knowing that we will likely get one more chance is really exciting. Hopefully.
Well, Sebastian,
yes.
Keep going. No, keep going. Then I'll.
I was just gonna end it there. I didn't think I was gonna talk, so coming up with all this right now.
Well, let me tell you, one of the things as a former principal at the high school and all of these people on the board realize is that one of the most devastating things that has happened as a result of this is your inability to finish out your senior year, where so many things happen of importance, from proms to final sports seasons to graduation. And, you know, I've been an administrator in the district 25 years, and I've never seen anything like this, where what should be the culmination of a wonderful experience at a high school has stopped in its tracks. And it's just it's really hard for me to get my head around it. I just can't do it. What I can say is I know you have some things going on at Carmel High that are pretty cool. You've got Mr. DePilatos with his cooking. You've got Brian Granberry, who is taking videos of the people that wish to contribute, teachers, students, and even me. As a matter of fact, I was on one of those videos. And you've got things going on. Singers and songwriters have a link to their crew out there. You've got the Sandpiper highlighting some teachers, and you know, I think people are doing just about everything they can. I think from my view, the most important thing you need to know is if there's anything we can do as a school board to make this more whole for you and your class of 2020, we're going to do that. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Thanks. And if there's actually one thing I can say, there is one Instagram page of all the seniors, and this is kind of just very random, but everybody's been talking on it, and we just wanted to find some way to finish the year. And so we have lost 2 students over the last few years. And so everybody agreed, and everybody wants some sort of memorial for them. I don't know what you guys can do for that. I've been asking around just a little bit, but yeah, just something that the senior class really wants.
We will support any kind of memorial that you and your ASB and your site leadership there with Principal Lyons put before us.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you we had all the ideas. We don't have those, but we do have the authority for approvals.
Yeah.
And so you need to know that, okay, Sebastian? So carry that
Awesome.
ball to your
Thank
next
you for your support.
You got it.
Awesome.
You really do. So thank you, Sebastian, and stay in touch with us and make sure that we somehow see online where students are going and what acceptances they've received and what their plans are. We're going to do a gap year, anything. We're just very interested in what will happen to this actually pretty extraordinary class of 2020.
Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you. All right, going to go ahead. Tess Arthur, you're down there at the bottom of my screen.
I don't know where to start, but I won't say much. I'll keep it short and sweet. But Sebastian's comments really resonated with me, and my heart just goes out to the senior class. It's affecting the 8th graders tremendously as well, and we just have to be mindful of what these kids are going through and their social emotional state at this point. And it was evident to me because I was a judge on the poetry slam, and I'm sorry, you know me, I'm the emotional one of the group, but several students wrote poems about this experience, and it was really powerful. And it just shows how they put their hearts out there and they truly are feeling a lot of pain right now. So that's one thing that resonated, that we have to just take care of them. And then on a really high note, we've delivered over 1,000 boxes of food through what we're doing at the middle school. And there are so many people to thank. It is a true expression of what our community is and what we do and how we take care of each other. And that is exactly what is happening. And I could not be more proud. Shout out to Lee Cambra from This Club Saves Lives. Her and I have made the perfect marriage of a partnership, along with Alondra Klemick in the Valley, and parents, teachers, administrators, community members. We've had great donations. Barb keyed us into Carmel Rotary. They've donated, Community Foundation. We've raised about $27,000. We figure it's going to take us about $1,300 a week to sustain our efforts. And we know we'll be doing this through the summer. So I'll end there. And I'm just really, really, the call to service is overwhelming, and I'm proud to be a part of this. So that's it.
Well done. Thank you, Tess. Sarah, you out there?
Yes. So I will also keep this short and sweet, but I do want to acknowledge all of the students who participated in Dale's Poetry Slam. I was a judge today, and like Tess said, it was so powerful and so just heartwarming to hear these students pouring out their feelings and emotion. So I just want to say thanks to Dale for allowing me to be a part of that. And thank you to all the students who participated. It was a wonderful 90 minutes, probably the best 90 minutes I've had in a few weeks. So I just want to say thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge Tess and Lee and everybody else involved in the food distribution. I am so proud of what you all are doing. And I just think it's a wonderful thing. I also want to give a shout out to Brian Granberry. I'm loving the Friday videos and everybody who's a part of that as well. I get so excited and so happy to see those come into my inbox. So thanks for putting a smile on my face every Friday with those. I really, really appreciate it. And I know others do as well. And I just want to thank all of our administrators for working really, really hard to make distance learning work for all of our students across the board, all the way from elementary through high school. I'm in the thick of it with 2 7th graders, so I understand the time, the energy, and the effort that's going into it. So I really just want to give a huge shout out to the administrators and our teachers and our staff for putting together the materials and the curriculum. And again, working really hard to make distance learning a success for everybody. So with that, I will throw it back to you, Carl.
Okay, Annette.
Okay, well, thank you. And obviously everyone's been very busy during this time. It's such an unusual time and something that none of us have gone through. And I will just add my thanks to everyone else's, to everyone who has helped in this way. It's been our teachers, our staff, our administrators, and the community has stepped up in ways that we didn't even have to imagine that they would need to. And now we also have the parents, of course, being partners in their children's learning in a way that they never expected. And thank you to all of you for doing that, because I know it's very difficult. I've spoken to several parents who have been juggling working at home and also teaching their kids, and it's a tough balancing act. And my hat's off to all of you and all of us who have had to work together on this. It's something that we've all learned much more on. I mean, there's a silver lining. As Mrs. Hatch says, there's the silver lining from COVID-19. We found some things that we've treasured from being with our families at home. And I appreciate that she always tries to find something every week to do that, to say about that. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, for me, it's been interesting at best. I have suffered a couple of setbacks. I started helping Tess Arthur with her food distribution, and until it was pointed out that I'm in an age group where I needed to not be in there doing that. That was tough. I don't think I have a shot at getting on Dale D. Pilatus' cooking program, because all I can cook is soft-boiled eggs, and apparently that is not going to work for Mr. D. Pilatus, because that's just not going to work. However, on the other side of the coin, I have had an opportunity to do a little bit of teaching here with Superintendent Del Varga, but I'm going to let her describe that particular event. But I do want to thank everybody. You know, in particular, Tess, it's a yeoman's job what you have done. I mean, come on. I mean, that food distribution program that you guys have put together, and the people that have participated in it and volunteered, kids, parents, students, superintendents, central office staff, you know, it's incredible. And you need a real tip of the hat on that, because that's pretty far above and beyond what is expected from any particular individual. So I did want to say that. And I know Sarah's been out there helping with that, and Barb, you know, and our maintenance staff and all of the people that we don't talk about a whole lot, but are still out there making sure that, you know, the systems in the schools are still functional, and that we have good security on our schools, and they're available, especially for handing out, they know their masks for COVID that were donated by parents from Stevenson, Chinese parents. And, you know, there's just so many players. You can't really stop thinking about how people have really stepped up to the plate on this event. But for me, it's been following what's been available online and working with the superintendent, working with my board, and hoping that we are meeting your needs out there. Today, again, I had that opportunity to join a classroom of first graders, and it brought a lot of it all back to me about why we're doing what we're doing. And it's incredible to watch 20 little faces looking at you and being part of a lesson in a class. So some of the distance learning and some of the things that are going on are pretty extraordinary out there, folks. They really are. So for me, I just wish all of you out there the best on behalf of the board. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Superintendent Del Varga.
Okay. Well, it's been quite a ride for the past 47 days. And I think what I've noticed particularly is all the reflection that's going on about what what this event has caused us to think about in terms of what we've lost or what we're grieving about, but also what we're gaining as well. I first wanted to talk about some safety things and give some shout outs. And I would like to start by just acknowledging sort of the collaborative relationships we have with our membership units, ACT and CSEA. And on the agenda, I know that you can see the MOUs that have been worked out with them, but these have been really collaborative conversations talking about how to keep our environment safe for our essential workers and what are the things that we need to work together on in order to ensure that those who are on campus are safe and that the rooms are cleaned appropriately and so forth and so on. So huge shout out for those involved in working on those MOUs. And because a lot of us are sheltering at home, we don't see what is actually going on the campuses. The guys who are still taking care of landscaping needs, the people who are driving the buses, certainly the maintenance crews who are cleaning the classrooms before and after teachers are entering them, the food service workers who are preparing the lunches. This is sort of a food effort in addition to the wonderful effort that Tessa's described, where we're doing about 3,600 meals a week for families that have children 18 years of age and under. So there's a lot of behind the scenes workforce here. And of course, our teachers who are, when you think about the skill sets that everybody had to scramble and acquire in the early weeks there and are still acquiring, we are like techno wizards now. And that's maybe a silver lining. We'll take some of those skills as teachers into the future. A few weeks ago, I was feeling, it was kind of during spring break week, I was feeling really pretty isolated and just wondering how everybody was. And so I know some of you know this, but I think I just want to thank the people who've actually picked up my 630 prefix number, because I've been trying to call each employee in the district. We have 403, I now know that number. And I've gotten through almost 200 phone calls, having had voice-to-voice contact with about, I'd say 60% of that number. And what I'm learning about is people are sharing with me their experiences is, this is a rare time for us. We know we have loved our kids and loved our communications with each other and our connections. But when you don't have that, you realize it all the more how treasured it is. And so people have talked with me about missing the kids, missing each other, missing their families, finding some quality family time with each other. But it is, this is a traumatic situation. And I think when we do come back to whatever is the new normal, I think we're going to need to pay attention to taking care of each other, our students and our staff too, our employees, because this is a traumatic situation for them as well. I'm enjoying having these conversations. I'm just like thrilled over the innovative things they're trying and that they're sharing with me. And to speak to Carl's experience with me. So I've gotten to know Pam Galuli, a first grade teacher at River School. And she and I were planning to teach a writing lesson before the pandemic closed us down. And somewhere along the way, maybe 2 weeks ago, I started talking with her and we decided, you know what, let's try doing this in a Zoom setting. So we had part one of a writing lesson a week ago, and then Carl got wind of it and we thought of a way to include him today. So this morning, Mr. Pal and Bugsy, do you have Bugsy with you there?
He's here. I'm going to hold him up. Keep going.
All right. So Bugsy and I, or Bugsy and Carl and I joined Pam Galuli's first grade class. And they were so excited, they were practically shaking. And he had, I could see the teacher that Carl was, because he led them through the paces and help generate ideas for a story that they're going to write about a little episode that he sort of set up for them about Bugsy. And we're going to probably circle back around with them next week. But it was a lot of fun. And thanks to Pam for allowing us to be guests in the classroom. And I think it gave us a real sense of how difficult it is to teach in a Zoom setting, particularly for elementary students. She had a whole protocol of getting the students to sit up straight. Yeah, that's what they were doing. Yes, so she started off by saying, everybody sit up straight, look in the camera, smile, you know, no jumping around. It was, by experiencing it with the teachers, you get a sense of the challenges that our teachers are really rising to meet. I would also say that a lot of us are Zoomed out. We have been in so many Zoom meetings, whether it's weekly meetings with the county superintendents that I go to. AC does weekly meetings. We have a pandemic task force that meets in order to do some problem solving around safety. John has held a meeting with some students, some teachers, some administrators, and some Padre parents about thinking about the senior options. Trisha, my assistant, holds a Zoom meeting with administrative assistants, secretaries, just to keep touch with people. It's a lot about how to use the technology to do what we can't do in person, which is to kind of keep us all together. And I'll just, two other things, and then I'll pass the mic back. We've also had Zoom coffees with the superintendent. We had one last Friday. John was my guest. We took feedback from about 29 people, 26, 29 people on the high school schedule. And we have another one scheduled. I just wanted everybody to know we have one for this Friday coming up, and Dan Morgan is going to join me. So from 8 to 9 a.m. we'll have a Zoom meeting where parents can pre-register, give us the topics they want to talk about. We'll set up the agenda, and then it'll just be an open conversation for about that hour. And I think the last thing I wanted to remember to say, because it may have gotten lost in everything else that's going on, I wanted to give a real shout out to our environmental responsibility team, who brought home the award. Really, we were named the U.S. Department of Ed Green Ribbon Sustainability Awardee. We were one of 11 districts in the whole United States who won this award. It's a pretty big deal. And Daryl Steely led his committee. Lots of people on it, students and teachers from all sites, and administrators. I sat on it, Dan Paul, Blaze, others as well. But that's a really fine honor for our district. So I just want to shout out to Daryl for that. So, Carl, I pass the mic back.
All right. Thanks, Barb. One of the takeaways from working with the first graders today is something that I've always known as a former teacher and longtime principal. If you need the answer to a problem, just ask the kids, because they know. Bugsy has a problem with vacuum cleaners, and you would not imagine the responses I got back to fix that problem. So that's pretty heartwarming. You know, the other thing too, I want you to know, folks, is we realize that the distance learning format isn't perfect, and that some teachers are very adept technology, some maybe not quite so much. But I think the message from the board is hang in there with this. This stuff's all new, and get back to your building principals or get back to your teacher to feel free to weigh in on what you feel is really effective and working, and also things that you think maybe are not terribly productive. So we're students of this, and so are the faculties, and we've got a lot of expertise on staff in the district. So I just want you to know that the door is open on this, and who else would know the answers? Just like Ms. Galili's first grade, I think parents certainly fit into that group. Let us know what you think. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and move to the next person on our presentation schedule here, and that would be the president of the Association of Carmel Teachers, Bill Schreier. Bill? Hello?
He's here. He's just on mute.
Is he coming, Todd?
I am now off of mute and my camera is on. Hello.
Hey, Bill.
Thank you.
Welcome from Federal District Court for the, no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so first of all, I want to echo what Carl said about the seniors. I teach seniors, and what has happened, as devastating as it is for everybody else, is peculiarly devastating for them. You mentioned things that went away. Let's not forget the academic teams that were reaching their culminating things. Robotics actually had gone to their competition. It was canceled on site. Mock Trial had their competition pull out from underneath them, getting ready to state, and I'm sure there are others that I've left off the list. So the toll on what they were looking forward to is kind of unfathomable. You know, the superintendent talked about skill sets, and I was thinking about how is it that in 3 days, this district went from in-classroom instruction to distance learning or remote learning, whatever the vernacular is, and did a pretty damn good job of it in 3 days. And I thought about that, and I thought about the fact that since I've been in district for 16 years, I have learned that there is a very, very strong emphasis on improvement, that teachers are consistently reflecting, having professional development. I don't think the public knows how much emphasis goes into that. And so we are constantly looking at ways to reinvent ourselves. Anything else is unacceptable. But those are really all just dry runs. And then all of a sudden, no choice.
It's live.
We're going to figure it out. And so you had a whole bunch of folks, and I'll include support staff in that too, and administrators, who had been practicing these skills for, in some cases, decades. And that's how it works. You know, having been in the Navy, you're on a ship day in and day out. You practice, you drill. Maybe you go your whole career, nothing happens. Or maybe one day something does, and you only hope your training kicks in. So I just want to acknowledge that piece because it was pretty much all hands on deck and figure it out in the moment. So the last thing I have to say is not quite so happy, but it wouldn't be me contributing if it weren't that way. And it has to do with a specific item on tonight's agenda. And I don't know whether I'm going to have a chance to comment on it, and I'm going to assume that I'm not. So I want to draw the board's attention to item 8E. And I don't know if that can be shown on the screen. That has to do with whether or not to approve reimbursement or the lack thereof for tuition paid for the Carmelo child development programs.
Right.
And, you know, I don't want to weigh in on the fiscal wisdom of that one way or the other. My real concern, though, is at the bottom. If you keep scrolling down, there's a paragraph that starts, this recommendation. You could stop right there. This recommendation will not affect low-income families as their tuition is paid directly from the state. If there are families affected financially from COVID-19, we will communicate that options 1 and 2 will be considered on a case-by-case basis. An application for families to submit to request a refund will be provided. Refund options would not be provided to district staff as they are being paid and already receive a substantial discount. I want you to know last night, I heard from a lot of teachers about that language. I don't even know what to make of it. As they are being paid is pretty indelicate language, to put it mildly. And so I strongly urge the board to disapprove this recommendation and repudiate that language. And that's all I'll say. Thank you very much.
So noted. Thank you, Bill. Okay, Bud Libby, are you there for CSEA, Classified Employees Association?
Yes, I'm here. I just have a few words. The classified staff would like to thank the board and the school district for their dedicated support during these trying times. I personally would like to thank the teachers and support staff for their innovative implementation of distance learning. Food service for making sure our families in need have food. The IT department for making sure the computers in the hands of students and staff, as well as providing ongoing support. Transportation for their role in delivering food and instructional materials, and everyone else committed to ever evolving challenge to provide the best education possible for the students. Speaking for the classified membership, we look forward to the day that we can all return safely and continue our commitment to the students and staff. That's all I have, Carl.
Well, thank you. For those that may not know Bud, he is longtime employee in maintenance operations and transportation, and Mr. Fix-It, do-it-all guy, and head of this California School Employees Association chapter here in Carmel. Thank you, Bud. We appreciate it. Okay. Now, at this point, I believe we've heard from all of those that would be reporting, unless there are committee reports, Barb, which I don't suspect we have, but we could. Anything, Barb, there? You might not have heard me. Committee reports, I don't know that we have any. Those are the
Barb, you're
teacher
muted. Barb, you have to unmute if you're talking.
I think we've covered it all.
Okay.
You know, at this point, maybe the environmental responsibility team can come talk, but you know, I just wanted to give a shout out for them and the award they won.
Got
And
it.
we haven't had any, obviously, board committees meet during this time yet, so.
Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and move to public comments, which are read into the record. And this would require one of our hosts, Tricia Zarovich, Administrative Assistant Superintendent, to read those comments that we have received and allow the board, typically the board does not respond to public comments because they are not agendized. However, you'd never quite know. There might be a heads up or something that you could get back from a particular board member. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn this piece over to Tricia, something that we normally run from the floor. And Tricia, are you there?
I am. So we do have a few comments. I'll start with the general one, which is from a parent, Abby Bean, that actually, she is commenting on an item on the agenda. That is item 8E, approve recommendation regarding refund of tuition paid to the district's child development programs. Her comment is, we do not agree with the staff recommendation, but ask the board to approve option 1 or 2. In principle, it'd be the right thing to do. We appreciate efforts made by teachers to provide videos and other ideas to promote our children's learning at home. However, for households with 2 working parents, this is not suitable for full-time childcare. As a result of the March closure, some parents need to pay a second time for childcare for March 13th through 31st. They must also pay for April and May childcare while paying taxes to public schools that are not open to our children. We understand that for public schools, there was little option but to close due to the state's policy, but some child care centers remain open to children of essential employees with extra precautions in place. We do not think SB 117 should be a financial burden to working families during this extraordinary challenging time. Thank you for your consideration. I have a second one sent.
Hold on, I'm just going to do a quick response to that, Trish. That is an item that is actually on the agenda, as opposed to most public forum comments, which are items that are not on the agenda. So if that parent is watching in and others that have that concern, we will be addressing that as we move through the agenda tonight. Go ahead.
There's only one that is not on the agenda, and I will read that one. And then the other 2 are regarding the same item on the agenda, and I'll read those together. The next one came from Michelle Slade, a parent. She says, thank you to the CUSD team for your care and education of my child. Additionally, I appreciate the consistent, helpful weekly communications and responsiveness. Your care and commitment is appreciated.
Wow, thank you.
And then the last two, starting with the first one, are regarding the same item. The first one is from Krista Ostoich, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce anyone's name. It is on item 8A, request for approval of AR 5121. Dear Board, thank you for the opportunity to make my comments as a concerned parent of 2 River School students. While I appreciate you taking the time to read this comment, it is no way substitutes for the fact that the board has made an all-informed decision to deprive the public of their ability to listen to a public board meeting and comment in real time. While changes have been made to the Brown Act, CUSD's interpretation of those changes is misinformed in the scope of its limitations. CUSD must provide a way to call in and comment electronically comment via Zoom or similar method, or provide public location where the meeting is streamed and the public can comment. Boards across Monterey County are currently doing this. It is frustrating to me at this time when parents, at least at the elementary school level, are now their kids' teachers. I cannot get anyone on the phone to discuss these issues. I've been waiting to address the board and truly feel that you are doing community an injustice in deciding to quell public participation. That being said, the crux of my comment is about the fact that my children have received barely any instruction from Carmel River School since the schools closed. It is fitting that the board is now voting on not evaluating the elementary school students for their 3rd trimester. I do not in any way agree with this approach, but the fact that the River School teachers were only required to provide minimal instruction and have not provided any feedback on any work performed makes it only logical choice. How can they issue grades if they have not taught and have not graded or even looked at any of the independent study work? If there are no grades issues, I want to know whether my child will progress to the next grade if we simply throw out busy work packets and do not do anything more this year. What has been offered is so inferior to many homeschooling and other online programs available that if the district doesn't even think it's worthy of an issuing a grade, I would ask your guidance on whether we even need to continue. If the teachers aren't even looking at it, do my kids really need to complete it? Finally, since this shutdown began, I have begun trying to understand what the expectations are for students and teachers. Last week, we got some guidance from the superintendent. Neither of my students' teachers are coming close to meeting those very specific expectations, group or individual meetings, weekly, etc. I have contacted the principal and my kids' teachers, but still have no clue as to why some River students get to meet with their teachers in small groups and individually weekly, while others get barely any time with their teachers. That does not seem like a good way to meet your stated goals of academic excellence or to install confidence in the school's ability to ensure all of its students receive equal access to the education. The superintendent informed the CUSD community yesterday that was now starting the process to think about the various options. While I understand that this is a daunting task for you, as a parent, I cannot have my kids' education suffer any further next year when they have lost so much in regards to academics already since the shutdown. Please keep us informed as to what you have planned so that we can exercise our choice to enroll our children elsewhere until CUSD either has the time or the resources to figure out how to educate its elementary students from a distance or has reopened its campuses. Thank you for your time and consideration and content of this item. This comment. The last one.
Oh, before you go away on that, as I suggested earlier in the meeting, that we do welcome parent input. And you do have the right person listening here with Superintendent Del Varga. I am sure that she will follow up with pretty much most of what you suggested. And I would like to see a text of that. I believe Trish might have sent me something earlier today, but I would really like to read what you have put forth in a little more detail, a little, with more time to kind of digest it. But those things are site level and district office level concerns. And I guarantee you that you're going to hear back on this one way or the other, for sure. Go ahead, Trish.
The last one comes from Carrie Panetta, parent, also on agenda item 8 regarding the attachment AR 5121. Good evening, board members. I'm the proud parent of a CHS freshman and a CMS 8th grader. My husband is a CHS graduate. My comments will focus on the CHS grading procedure. Although I advocate for CMS students also having the option of receiving standard grades rather than receiving simply credit, no credit. It appears to me that under the CHS grading proposal, the student's cumulative GPA will not reflect the student's true GPA. It also appears that any letter grade will be modified or qualified with an asterisk, implying that the grade is not a true A or B. I'm very disappointed that CUSD would consider qualifying the legitimate, deserving grades of many CHS students. It appears to me that the proposed grading procedure will completely disregard the hard work of many students over the final 12 weeks of school year, far from being rewarded for their diligence and hard work during this time. These students will be penalized by having those efforts ignored. I do not understand how any serious academic institution could deprive students of a well-deserved grade. One of the stated goals of the CUSD grading plan is to ensure students are held harmless during this crisis. The proposed certainly does not hold harmless the high-achieving students. The proposed grading system fails the highest performing students. These students, if attending a private school in this area, would not be deprived of the benefit of their hard work. Have you examined Palma and Stevenson's grading policies with distance learning? Why wouldn't CHS follow these examples while still giving students the option of no credit to their account for our large population of students? In the future, many students will be competing for admission to highly competitive universities and colleges with students from schools which are not modifying the students' true GPAs and not qualifying the students' grades with asterisks. And many of our students will apply to schools outside of California where there is no assurance that 3 years from now, that qualification or modification will not hurt them. I agree that students who do not have internet access or the ability to complete distance learning should be given some sort of accommodation. That should not necessitate penalizing other students. Fairness should not only work to the benefit of one segment of the school population, it should work to benefit all. How can CHS compete academically with private schools if we diminish the importance of academic achievements? I often say CHS is a good, if not better, than the private schools in this area. In large part, that is due to CHS' excellent academic reputation. I certainly could no longer say that if the CHS students' academic achievements are devalued. Equity demands that all, and not just some, of our students be held harmless during this time. Thank you for considering my comments.
And thank Ms. Panetta for submitting those comments. And Trish, if you could make sure that the board has a copy of all of the comments that have been submitted, I think that would be appropriate. Again, it's an item that is on the agenda tonight, and I think what we need to do is go ahead and move forward with the agenda itself to be able to get to that place. So all good points, I hear them, but I think the board is prepared to address, at least listen to what is being proposed and what might be suggested to be changed a little bit later in the agenda. So let's do it that way. I think it's the best way for us to move forward. So Tricia, do you have anything else under the open forum that we need to consider, or?
No, Carl, there's nothing else at this time. And this will be also put as the record, just so you know. The comments received will be part of the record.
Good, but I'd also like them sent to the board so that they can.
Done already.
If we have not already done that, let's be sure that they have a text of those comments. Okay, thank you, Tricia, for bringing the public comments forward to us. And we hear you, folks. We hear you. At this point in the agenda, we're going to move to item number 5, which is the consent calendar. These are items that are typically sort of general business and things that we do, expenditures that we make, and the board has a chance to review those. Sort of events that happen on a daily basis in the district, and with it are associated costs. And the board gets them in advance, takes a look at them, and if there's issues or questions about any of them, the board then has an opportunity to either address them or even hold them and so does the public. So at this point, school board, what is your thinking about the consent agenda? Do we make a motion to approve, or are there questions or concerns? Barb?
I just want to point out the donation because we like to read those out. And the donation that is on the consent agenda is a donation of a pole vault bag by William Grossley, value of about $109, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that shout out for the donation. We appreciate them. Board members, what's your prerogative?
I'll go ahead. If there aren't any comments or questions about the consent calendar, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have a second from Annette? Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. So approved. I'm going to move to item 6, special reports and appearances, which of course we have none due to the circumstances. Communication to the board, other than what we've heard through public comments and through discussion tonight, is another item that we can move past. And now we're going to get into item 8. And these are action and discussion or information items. And the first one on this agenda is the one that seems to be getting some traction here tonight. That would be item A, request for approval of Administrative Regulation 5121, grades, evaluation of student achievement, and revisions. And the presenters on this will be Blaise DiGirolamo, our curriculum guru in the district, and teacher extraordinaire from the high school, Mark Stafford, who sits on the committee that has approved the process and the information that we're about to receive. So at this point, I don't know who would like to introduce. Could be Barb.
Yeah, I'm going to just start by giving a little context and groundwork, and then I will welcome to join me the following people who are present, and that would be Blaise, as you said. We also have Dan Morgan on deck. We have John Lyons on deck, and we have Mark Stafford. So what I thought would be helpful is for me to give some background, some context, and then we can look at the recommended grading policy, AR, and enjoy some discussion from the board on that. So first of all, I want to give a shout out to, again, the partnership we had with our ACT team on this work. It was a real collaborative effort over a couple of meetings. That team was composed of the following teachers, ACT members: Jillian Tishu from Cooper, Gretchen Romani from River, Stefan Meyer from CMS, Kirk Grail from the high school, Jeff Rogers from the high school, Mark Stafford from the high school, Anna, I'm going to not pronounce her last name correctly, Wadalechik from Wadalevich. Thank you. I always struggle with that name. I know her, but can't say the last name. And then the admin reps, myself, Blaise, John, Dan, Tom Perry from CVHS, and then we had Jay Martin and Ryan Peterson representing our elementary admin. So it was a really good K-12 teacher admin collaborative group. I wanted to first, because of some of the questions that have come to me from parents or staff, lay a little groundwork. Some people have said, so who is it that makes the decision on grading procedures? And if you first go to our board policy, which is board policy 5121, in a normal situation, which is not this pandemic, our board policy 5121 outlines that the superintendent or designee shall establish a uniform grading system that shall be applied to all students in that course and grade level. It goes on to talk about that the superintendent or designee shall determine the methodology to be used in calculating students' grade point average, including the courses to be included with the GPA, et cetera, et cetera. And then it also includes the responsibility and the right of the teacher to base the student's grades solely on the quality of the student's academic work and his or her mastery of course content based on district standards, et cetera. So the base of in a normal year where the decision-making is there. This is, the other piece there is an AR, it's Administrative Regulation 5121, which also you can see online. But this is not a normal year. And so as we worked with our CSEA and AC groups collaboratively on our MOU agreements, our memorandums of understanding, part of what we worked out in that MOU was that we need to work together on this. We need to collaborate on the expectations for instruction, including, and I'm quoting from it, contact with students, grading and assessments, with the understanding that flexibility is to be encouraged wherever possible. Any such minimum expectations will be negotiated between the district and the association to this MOU. And those are MOUs on tonight's agenda, and ACT and our administration agreed with those. So what we did then, based on that, was to form this committee. And I already talked about the membership of that committee. Meanwhile, across the state, across the nation, there are also many conversations going on about how to take care of grading students during this unprecedented time of the pandemic. And as a committee, we looked at the guidance that was external to us. And there are documents from the California Department of Ed that we reviewed. As I mentioned earlier, I have met weekly with 24 county superintendents, and we shared our wisdom on this. There's guidance from higher education, the state and national organizations that our universities and colleges belong to, and they issued guidance on this. There were specific documents that came out of our U of C schools and our CSU schools. We looked at guidance from Harvard, from Stanford. And as we reviewed all of this external guidance and we had some internal conversations, there seemed to be some core principles that emerged. A common theme was do no harm after the closure of March 13th for us as a district, but I believe it was March 16th for the other Monterey schools. Do no harm, hold harmless. There was a lot of agreement about having a baseline from which to work. For us, that would be that point in time. Other principles that our group really focused on was the importance of having choice, of being able to allow students by grade, by class at the high school to make a choice as to whether or not they wanted to take it for credit or for a grade. There was a lot of conversation about needing to have an incentive for improvement. So while a baseline might have been established at March 13th, we wanted a pathway for students to be able to improve on whatever grade that had been achieved at that point in time. We also wanted some teeth in this, and there was a lot of conversation about wanting to be sure that students understood it wasn't going to be a free credit. They were going to need to complete the course to validate getting the credit awarded in all cases. And that completion piece is being determined by each classroom teacher as to what does that mean for that course. Kurt Grail, for example, on the committee talked about that might mean something as simple as completing the work for chapter 14 and taking the test in chapter 15 and maybe something else. For another teacher, it might be, you know, a writing of several essays and a capstone project. But those individual delineations would be determined by the teacher of the class, would be of course vetted and discussed with the principal, but they would be made visible and transparent to the students and the parents up front before a choice was made for the credit or going the route of taking the grade at the high school. We also know, though, that there are some individual cases, and we wanted the flexibility to be able to review the situation for a student who maybe was failing, maybe didn't have internet, or have a way to be able to complete the course in the way that some of his peers would. We also took a long time, and some of our high school teachers really dug in and did the research on this, as did Blaze, our chief academic officer. You know, what is higher ed doing and what are they recommending? And I think there's something that's probably not well known by people about the use of GPA. GPAs are calculated by high schools, and students know what their GPAs are, and they may report them to the colleges that they're applying to. But what our counselors know is that, and I think possibly Mark will speak to this in a minute as well, if I don't say it quite correctly, that the colleges are going to calculate their own GPAs anyway. And the message we're getting from them is that they're not going to be counting the grades or the courses from this semester under the pandemic in the calculations of their GPA anyway. And even if we did give it we allowed it to count in our GPA, they would remove that and they would do their own calculations on that. When we are allowing this choice for the grade and putting an asterisk on it, it's not to devalue the grade. It's simply to sort of highlight the fact that this is a grade accomplished actually under a lot of stress and in a particular unusual, unprecedented situation. That grade, if it's an A asterisk, it is an A. It's just an A that is not going to be in our GPA because we are not going to calculate the GPA for second semester. That's our recommendation, at least. And we have a lot of assurance that that calculation isn't going to be used by higher ed anyway. We will explain this on the school profile sheet that accompanies every transcript. We'll explain what the asterisk is. And, you know, for a while, we weren't sure whether or not we could actually support this with our student information system, but we've checked that out with Aries, and there is a way for us actually to be able to handle the mechanics of that. I'm seeing in the chat from John Lyons, who's supporting me on this comment, that currently 194 colleges have determined that credit and grades will be the same. They'll be looked at as the same. So in other words, this would not be a disadvantage for our students. You know, very early on in this process, one of the comments in the open forum was about, have we looked at Stevenson or other competitive schools? Well, interestingly, Palo Alto, right next door to Stanford, has made the choice not to even have grades, but to go totally credit, non-credit, so as not to put some undue stress on their students, but also to recognize that the record that the students have accomplished thus far is going to be a good reflection of the work that they've accomplished. Before I go on, Mark, do you want to add anything to that? Did I adequately explain that little conversation that you and I had earlier about that?
Yeah, I think, thank you for having me and asking, and I appreciate the work that we did together on this. And I think it's true that I think a lot of students don't understand that the CHS GPA is an in-house GPA. And I help avid students apply to college every 4 years when they become seniors. And I think as many times as I tell them that, they don't realize that the UCs, CSUs, private schools, they all take your grades and they calculate your GPA however they calculate your GPA. They only count so many honors courses. They only count so many AP classes. So they will de-weight your grades. And the other piece was, and I think you said this, but my understanding of the asterisk was that it was a function of the coding in Aries. That was the only way we couldn't get it into the GPA. And I'm not sure if it has to appear on the transcript or if it doesn't have to appear on the transcript, but I agree with you that the intent of the committee was not that it's any less of an A or B, just that for the purposes of kind of in-house Carmel High recognition awards, that we weren't confident that, you know, given these circumstances, it would be just to to calculate that for our in-house calculation. And you're absolutely right. I wish Jeff Rogers were here to confirm this too as a counselor, that all of the universities, whether private schools or public schools, will calculate their GPA. And if they see that A and they want to count it, they'll count it.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, I have a question for you. With regard to, is there anybody who wouldn't actually look at those asterisks or this period of time and factor that in? I can't see a single case where someone's going to think that this isn't unprecedented times.
Yeah, so Barb mentioned this, and everybody on that committee did a lot of research. We were really motivated by doing what's best for our students and our students' families, and that's what we were really trying to do. I'm sorry, forget all the acronyms of all the private school organizations in the state of California and across the country. All of their language is suggesting that because they can't rely on these grades, there's a lot of issues that I didn't mention, like, you know, as a teacher, grades are always relatively unreliable because, you know, we do the best we can, but grades are an imperfect way of assessing students. And now they're at home and it's even less accurate, right? It's a lot harder to tell who's actually typing that essay on the computer. So I think that's what colleges are thinking is, you know, it kind of cuts both ways, that there could be kids who, you know, would all of a sudden their sibling is home from college, they're writing all their papers for this quarter and they go up. So it's not just the kids that are going down. And that's kind of what colleges are saying. Like, colleges get it. This is a pandemic. This is an unprecedented global pandemic. We haven't had anything like this for 100 years. And so they figure kids are in high school for 4 years. They're getting 8 sets of grades that we're going to look at. Well, now they're 7. Right. And I think that's kind of the language that we're hearing from the colleges.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks, Mark.
So, so the high school portion of the policy that was in the board packet is essentially accurate. I think at release of the board packet on Friday, I think there was one little phrase that was added. There's no difference in the meaning of it. On the other hand, since Friday, there has been some additional conversation about the middle school. And so Dan Morgan and his faculty have had some additional conversation and some new thoughts. That new language has been shared with ACT. They have approved that. But because that was not in the document that we released on Friday, it's going to be my recommendation first that we talk about that and have a broader conversation. But ultimately, I'm going to recommend that at least the CMS portion, if not the whole document, be brought back in May when we can approve it as a whole in its accurate state. But before we get to that, I think what I'd like to do is, and of course I'll take board direction on that. The board may wish to do something different than that, but I would just say that the document that's online will be different because of some of this new thinking. And let me just say that this unprecedented time period that we're in calls for flexibility. It calls for us to sometimes slow down a little bit and take a breath and think about things a second and a third time. And that's kind of what happened since we released the board packet. So I'm going to ask Dan Morgan if he will join us and speak to the new language for the middle school. And Pancho, if you could display that so that everybody can see that if it isn't already there, the middle school piece of it. And of course, once we go through this whole document, we will take questions from the board. We'll see if there's any more online questions that Tricia has located. We will solicit the feedback that we can see coming in on this, because I realize this is a conversation that people want to have. But right now, Dan, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Okay. Do you want to talk us through, and Blaze too can chime in, your thoughts on the school portion of this?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about kind of where we were within the committee and how it transitioned to really a completely different system as we went through the process. So Initially, the middle school staff and myself were fairly firm on a credit, no credit policy moving forward, just because we are in unprecedented times, and trying to measure student achievement given the various circumstances that people are learning in was going to be really hard, I think, to distinguish A, B, C, D, F. And so we initially liked the credit, no credit idea and created language around that policy. And then pushed it out to staff and asked them to, really give it a lot of thought. And what started happening was kind of slow at first, and that people were coming back and started saying, look, it's really easy to tell which students are putting in a lot of effort and really are earning an A. It's also pretty easy to tell who's getting kind of a B. But after that, it gets a little bit more objective, just in terms of trying to figure out, or subjective, I guess, trying to figure out where kids land. So we started examining the language of hold harmless. For the middle school, we're on a different system than the high school. So our second trimester ended, and we were only 9 days into the third trimester when this school closure began. And so looking at the hold harmless agreement and backing grades up to the second trimester seemed a little bit unfair to some students, in that if we identify that as the cutoff point, a student, for example, could have an A or a B in the second trimester and literally not show up for the distance learning despite having internet services and things at their disposal, and then be awarded a credit grade or a A or B grade. So this is just an ongoing discussion about how to keep kids engaged, how to keep kids motivated, and how to reward students who are really working hard in this environment. So where we landed with this was that we would like to award students A, B, or C grades based on whatever letter grade is in the student information system moving forward. We will not assign a D or F grade to any student. Instead, we'll look at Ds as credit for the class. And then F grades, we will be reaching out individually to those students to try to make sure that they don't land in that category. And if they do, it will be signed incomplete, no credit. We're going to give them several weeks into the summer to make that up and continue to work on sort of an individual learning plan, so that we don't have anybody that is assigned that grade unless they just completely make the decision to check out. And that would have to be essentially supported by parents at that point. So we feel like where we landed sets us up well to reward the students who have been able to manage the system and are showing some strong motivation and dedication to school, while not punishing those who can't get there. And we also recognize we've got a lot of students in different situations, people without internet access that are working on independent study packets. And so we've had conversations just internally about taking a look at each person's individual situation and really weighing those situations in accordance with these grades. So we are going to be emphasizing really effort over achievement in this situation, and that will factor into the final grades. We're also going to look at historical performance from the first and second trimesters in the traditional setting before assigning a grade. So if a kid, for example, had A's in classes their first and second trimester, and then participated fairly well during this period of school closure, but ends up with C's, they likely won't end up with C's on their report card. Teachers will make exceptions for that and really take a look at historical data to determine what the final grade is. So we do have the luxury as a middle school of being very flexible. Our grades and transcripts are not as highly scrutinized or as meaningful as high schools, but it is sort of a training ground for high school grades and for people to understand what A, B, C's, D's, F's mean. And so we think that it's important to kind of move forward with that system in place, and particularly also thinking about the possibility of that we may be in this situation next year as well. So we didn't want to lose people by providing just a credit grade and having people feel like, okay, if that's all I get, I don't necessarily have to take this very seriously. So that's kind of a lot of the thinking that we had that went into this policy, and hopefully I explained it well enough, but if you have questions, I'm happy to take them.
Before I ask Blaze to kind of review the elementary, I just also wanted to say this was an answer to a question that was asked of me. Our grading policies are a local decision. We have all of this guidance, but we are not being told by the state what to do specifically. We get to figure it out. We are strongly being advised to hold to the principles that I outlined, but it is a local decision. And normally we do not bring ARs to the board, but because this is such an important decision and a change for us, and one that I think historically we want to have documented in a very transparent way, this is why I decided to put it into an AR and bring it to the board for discussion and eventual approval so that we have clarity on it for the future if any transcript questions arise, et cetera. But normally as a point of order, we just don't bring ARs to the board. Blaise, would you? Yes.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, Barb, before you move on to elementary. First off, I wanted to thank you, Mark, for your explanation and methodology behind how you came to the decision that you all did. That was really helpful. So thank you very much for that. And Dan, thank you for your explanation as well. I just had a quick question for you. All of the information, Dan, you presented was super straightforward, and it sounds like it's well thought out and it's well laid out. There was just one question I had around your last comment around if a student is receiving a C in a class, then the teacher will go back and reevaluate based on prior grades or prior scores and see what their grade will actually be. So it'll change from a C, or it has the opportunity. So my question is, for parents, when you do publish this methodology and how everything is going to work, will you explain that piece in a little bit more detail so it's clear how an ultimate grading decision will be made if it is a C and where it goes from there?
So I would say at this point, that's an internal discussion. I'm not sure if we'll publish that.
Okay.
Just something that teachers feel strongly about, just in terms of evaluating a student overall. And again, it's kind of part of the hold harmless agreement. So the thinking there is that if you have a student who, while at school performs at a very high level, and then, during this time, maybe only can get to 70% of the work due to family circumstances or economics or illness or a variety of factors, then as part of the hold harmless component, we don't want them to feel penalized with their final third trimester grades if they're significantly different than what they've historically shown as a student at school. So teachers are willing to, take a look at past performance in the traditional setting to consider, where those grades land. It won't be a perfect system. That's obviously, again, another piece of, subjective material, but I think it's important to go ahead and take a look at that so that we can kind of evaluate students on effort, and also contact their families and find out, like, hey, it looks like your kid was only able to complete 70% of the work. So can you tell us what was going on there and what the challenges were, and take those into consideration when assigning these grades?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Before we go on to Blaise, I think I'd like to go back to John Lyons, who's also with us, and just see if there's anything from the high school perspective.
Hey, Barb, Carl is on mute and is trying to ask a question. Carl, you're on mute.
Unmute yourself, Carl.
Okay, am I on? There we go.
Go ahead.
Okay, one's a thought, one's a question. I'm sure John can, it would seem to me, and John may answer this, but the question about how colleges, universities, and privates are reading the transcripts these days, is that going to be quantified into a release from the counseling and principal's office by way of explanation to the parents of seniors at Carmel High? Because that's a very interesting sort of dilemma for parents who may not fully understand the way that the universities and the state universities, and particularly the privates, are looking at grading at this particular juncture. I don't think that it should be up to the parents to try to figure it out. I don't know that knowing high school students as well as I do, that they will be able to explain it to them should they know, to the parents. But I think that's a key piece in explanation. And it's a very complicated piece. And Mark did a really good job of uncomplicating it, but I'm very concerned about the fact that parents are fully aware of not just the way we're looking at it, but why we're looking at it the way we are at Carmel High. So John, I'm sure can weigh in on that one. The other one is a question for Dan is, I can see the transition and I can see why. My question for you is, when will you roll out a functional version of what the grading philosophy and expectations will be to the parents? Because it appears to me that the elementary program and the high school program are pretty much ready to go. And we do have the middle school moving in a slightly different direction. So Dan, what would be an expected completed release time?
We're actually ready today, finished up the final language, sent it out to staff. The vote was unanimous that we want to move forward with this at this point. So we're ready to go.
Okay, good. Because time's running out. You know, we haven't got much of a school year left. And I hope to hear from John on the.
Can I ask a question to Dan before we move on to John real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Dan, I actually really appreciate the detail and also appreciate the overall goal of hold harmless and also the chance to improve. So you're really, from my parsing of the language, it seems pretty clear that you're taking into account all aspects, meaning those with A's, B's, C's, D's, and E's, and not having a free ride for those who are A's, and also the ability to improve. The one thing I'm going to just add to Carl's statement is the ask of making sure that that's very clear from all of those, use cases, because when the parents are reading that, what they're looking at is from the eyes of their student. And, you can obviously give every one of those cases, right? I got an A in this class and then a B. What does that mean for me the third trimester, right? So I would echo what Carl stated and then add one bit, which is really make that crystal clear. I would actually recommend examples because then, so when we say, oh, there's the example case for my student in that grade, and it's also not complicated to create that matrix, but then you'll be able to, it just becomes crystal clear rather than trying to parse through the language. So that's at least my recommendation.
That's actually a good point, Todd, because I thank you, Todd, for that comment. And Dan, just to piggyback before you respond to Todd, I was going to ask if there was going to be some type of FAQ to go along with the dissemination of this.
Yeah, our plan is to, release the policy, but in a letter form and as clear terms as I possibly can explain where we're headed and why and what it might look like. So I would anticipate probably, close to 2 full pages of reading for folks once we get this completely dialed in and ready to go.
So Dan, I'll add one other part in there, which is because the philosophy you have and the language I think is great. It's really just making sure that that's crystal clear to avoid what you can obviously imagine will be the onslaught of responses to something like this.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, let's go back to John and then I'll turn it over to Blaze to bring it home.
Well, good evening, everybody. Carl, so to answer your question, kind of specific.
One more quick thought.
Yep.
One of the questions that Sarah asked a minute ago, and it has to, there's always going to be a discretionary factor for a teacher in a grade. And I think Dan kind of alluded to the fact that you can't really publish. It's a hard thing to publish in an FAQ to parents, but teachers rely on instincts and they also rely on effort and they rely on an upward curve of performance. So I hope people aren't expecting that every last single detail that goes into a grade is going to be winding up in an FAQ to the community, because I sensed a little reluctance from Dan, and being a former middle school principal, you got to be careful about what you put in there, because there are always some intangibles, and I think it's important for the board and for the community to realize that the teachers really know the kids, and we just have to trust that they will weigh in those indiscretions.
Okay, John?
Dan, if it helps, mine's up to 3.5 pages so far as of my writing about 20 minutes ago. So I don't know if it helps quantify what the high school experience is like a little bit. Specifically, Carl, to answer your question about how do we inform parents in general about grade calculation. A lot of that is done through our college information night that the counselors host in the fall, which assuming that we are all in some sort of real school existence in the fall would obviously still occur. If not, obviously we take it as a virtual component. The counselors and I also have been talking about draft language to include in our school profile that explains our decision-making process. And that actually gets mailed out to every college in America to explain the decision-making that we make in general about grades, but in more specific terms, what our policy will be as it relates to this particular situation. And from the high school's perspective, a student can, again, I think as Mark mentioned earlier, a student can self-report an A in this condition. What we're telling in our conversations are that from the college's perspectives, and when we talk about college, we're talking about essentially the UC, CSU, and the larger private schools that we have a relationship with. They've kind of all universally said the same thing, that an A and a credit are going to be treated the same. And so what we wanted to do was provide parents and students the opportunity for essentially choice to say, I'd like my transcript to reflect the A because of the energy, the effort, the passion I put behind that program. So please put that on my transcript to memorialize that experience. I'm less enthusiastic or passionate about this class. I'll put the credit there. And so just and honestly, to try to ease some of the anxiety that a lot of our students are feeling about the expectation to try to maintain that. I think if we had gone with the route of just saying, we're going to go letter grades universally, then the stress level to maintain a level of A work, it's pretty high, quite frankly, if you're talking about a lot of the coursework that we've got our students doing. The other variable I would say about the college application process moving forward is that they've also suspended the ACT and the SAT for the foreseeable future. So the reality of it is the college application process for the next 3 years really is going to look different than the college application process that our current students our current seniors have gone through, because this is going to extend beyond next year's senior class. For the foreseeable future, freshmen, sophomores, and juniors at the high school will have this anomaly on their transcript, and that's going to have to be explained and addressed on a repetitive basis to the point where eventually I imagine that most of the schools will have kind of standardized language about how they're going to treat that. Most private schools adopt the UC A through G requirements and A through G acceptance protocols. So we've taken a lot of our guidance from the UC system because that's also where a bulk of our students, when they apply to school, that's where they apply, is they apply at the UCs. So our language is as closely aligned to what their acceptance language was when they were putting things out, but still providing students that opportunity to say, yeah, I really liked Mr. Stafford's philosophy class, and I was passionate about that, and I'm gonna go be a philosophy major, so put an A on my transcript, please. And it'll be there. The asterisk, as Mark said, is just a coding function. It's not a delineation that somehow the A doesn't have the same value. It's just the only way we could delineate to pull it out of the internal GPA calculation for things like valedictorian and things like that, or recognition at CSF. The purposes of here is to say that these things are equivalent. That if you do the credit and the work, you can take a credit or you can take a letter grade. And honestly, the counsel that we're going to provide to a lot of our parents and students is if your student is struggling C and D level, to opt into the credit function, and really that the grade level function should be reserved for A's and B's, and particularly in classes that, like I said, you're passionate about, classes that may reflect in your future at some point. We're going to provide a choice engine, and then there'll be a second window of time that parents can go in and actually make changes to say, well, at this point in the 1st of May, my kid really wants that grade. A week after we made that decision, our family, you know, maybe the family lost a job or something like that. And all of a sudden those grades have to be adjusted. So it's not etched in stone when the parent makes that decision the 1st week of May. They'll be able to go back and reevaluate again right before the end of the school year to say, all right, I want to make a tweak here, I'm going to make a tweak there. And really the challenge we're having and we're trying to kind of work our way through is to make sure that our expectations to validate the course are clear. And that's really, I think, what is, if you want to talk about separating our policies from some of these other school districts, is most school districts said, if you have a grade at the day we went out and was passing, you could essentially do no work and get a passing grade. We're saying, no, you still have to do something to validate your grade. But that level isn't going to be what we would maybe see in a traditional classroom structure, because it's just not realistic to expect our students to sit in front of these devices for 6 to 7 to 8 hours a day and try to mimic instruction. That's just not realistic. So that's
John,
where we went with that.
As long as, by the way, I think to me, the policy that you have is got something for everybody. It really does. I don't see any holes. I don't see anybody being left out. And I was an early responder. I think you guys at the high school did a hell of a job, excuse my language, heck of a job, putting it together. But my only question though is the level of understanding that parents have, not so much just about the options that you presented, but the other end of it is, do they fully understand how this is being viewed by the UC, CSU, and private school systems? Because I think that has it plays a major factor in their decision making. If they're not going to consider it, that's a pretty big piece of a college application. Well, and it's also a big piece of the family decision. And I just need to be sure that I don't know how this is being transferred to parents.
So my original, my plan was to mimic in many ways the distance learning guide that I put out about a month ago to parents that had kind of the written language and then these kind of little pop-up videos that kind of explained with examples. You know, to Sarah's point, I'm an example person, so I think that helps to have those, you know. So, and obviously we're going to have to continue to have those conversations, and really it's going to be also incumbent upon the teachers as well to kind of have some clarity as to what their expectations are. So I think it's going to be a process. I think our first priority was to try to address our current senior class to ensure that we didn't have kids who would be in danger of not graduating from high school. So that was kind of our priority band, was to say, how do we create a system to ensure that students in this environment are finding success to graduate from high school first and foremost, because that's our charge. Secondly, that we created a program that could validate learning, the learning that students did in the first semester for the purposes of the college kind of transcript as seniors were moving out. And then for our existing 9th, 10th, 11th graders, how do we use this as a marker to show these are kids who will probably be successful moving forward in the next strand of classes. These are some students who are going to need some support. And what does that do to our scheduling? I'm less, and I'm not trying to be callous, I'm less concerned about the college application window for our current 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students, because I think over the summer, we're going to learn a lot from the colleges who are still building their own planes right now. And I think are all still kind of grappling with their messaging. And like I said, the whole other component of not having the standardized test component is another marker that is no longer in the calculation. Traditionally speaking, the UCs and the CSUs roll these things out to us in September. So I think as we get more information, we'll start to kind of package that into our moving forward. We were kind of looking at it more as, how do we support our existing senior class to validate their learning so that they could finish out and go to college or graduate from high school, and then kind of go from there.
Okay, so I agree. Did you hear the parent comment from the open forum about the questions about, I think it was Miss Panetta that, I don't know if you were listening in, a host of questions about comparative programs, grading, and, you know, sort of a very detailed inquisition into how you arrived or where you are. Where are those questions best directed? Would it be
Tricia
the
already
counselor?
has, excuse me, Carl, but Tricia has already received several questions that have come in just during this dialogue. So I want to make sure that she gets a chance to ask them. But
Okay,
I want to ask a follow-up.
hold on, that's not really my question. My question really is, where is the best place for parents that really have a sort of, shall we say, perhaps more in-depth questions? Would they be directed to counseling? Would they go to the principal? I'm just kind of talking a little bit more about where to go, not so much that we are getting the questions, because nothing's perfect. You're going to get a lot of questions. So what's your recommendation for parents to the best avenue to get answers?
I think that the reality is, if a parent has a specific question about how is school X going to interpret my child's transcript, I don't think we know the answers to those yet. I think we're still getting those answers as we go. Like I said, as of this morning, there's 194 confirmed schools that have gone to a pass-fail kind of equivalency, and that includes schools like Georgetown, MIT, the University of Minnesota, Middlebury, Harvard. So there's a host, but it's because there's no one uniform college system. They're all going to make their own independent call. And so what I would say if there's hey, what is Texas A&M going to do? Mm-hmm. We may not necessarily know the answer to that. What we will do is say to our parents that this is the language we're going to send out to our as part of our school profile, is this is how we arrived at the decisions we made. Mm-hmm. As far as research and how we arrive, we're really not the only school district that's doing this. Like I said, Palo Alto made the decision very early on to go directly to pass-fail. And I've mentioned this, I think, in other meetings. Palo Alto Unified doesn't do a lot without consulting Stanford and without having some sort of conduit to Stanford University.
Right.
Colleagues of mine at other districts at La Cañada Unified, San Gabriel Unified, San Diego Union, which are all high-performing school districts, have adopted a similar model to what we're doing in terms of optionals. So I think we're in line with what a traditional quote unquote high performing school district is doing. There are some districts that have, in fact, most districts have just followed the state guidelines directly and gone pass fail. I think by presenting the option, we're at least validating that. So I would say generalized questions about choices. I think that's a good conversation with a counselor to have, like, hey, what should I do here? Should I take credit? Should I take a letter grade? I think that's a good place to start. I think if there are questions about the expectations of what a credit versus an A means, that's a good thing to direct directly to the teacher, because obviously they're the one defining that. My role will be more kind of in the process and to try to help kind of manage some of that conversation. And I would say if there are students or parents who are struggling and need some sort of accommodation or support, to reach out to either Debbie Puente or Craig Tawana, the assistant principals, and they've been kind of the point people dealing with a lot of our student support needs. And they're rock stars in this. They'll get on the phone, they'll work with the parents. How do we get you internet access? How do we get you this? Craig's been driving all over the area, dropping packets off to people to make sure that they get the work that they need. So we have a support network for parents. So if their situation changes and the academics have to take second stock to just living, that's something that you should reach out to either myself or to one of the assistant principals, and we can help guide that and navigate that with the parents. And that'll all be included in the grading guide that I send out to parents in the near future.
And can I ask a question?
Oh, sorry, Tess.
And I got cut out for part of Dan's delivery, and same with yours, John. I don't know why I got kicked out, but I'm back now. So one question I have is, some of our kids are very much into the rigor and they are performing really well throughout this pandemic. And I'm just curious, what do you say to those parents who, compare us to the private schools in our community and what they're doing for their students? Do we know what they're doing, how they're measuring this semester of grades?
I did some research a little bit. I'll be honest, I couldn't find the updated grading policies for Palma and Stevenson. So I'm happy if somebody wants to share those with me to look at them. I've had a conversation with the head of school over at Palma. We share a league school very early on. And I think that at the beginning of the process, they were not going to make an adjustment. I have not spoken to him recently about if they've made any changes. Our colleagues on the peninsula, public schools, obviously, Monterey schools, PG schools, have all gone to a pass-fail phenomenon. So I can't speak to the privates. Obviously, privates are under a different guideline. We also have to consider what the state of California does say as guidelines because we're a public school. And so what I chose, and I think what the committee chose to do, was really focus in on like-minded public institutions to make sure we were in line with our colleagues in the high-performing kind of band of public schools in California. And I feel very comfortable that what we've put forward is very similar to a lot of the schools that we traditionally get compared to.
Okay, and I have a follow-up question to both Mark and Barb. Can you please re-clarify what the asterisk means, or is that something that you're still trying to figure out when you bring your recommendation forward in May?
Yeah,
go ahead, Mark.
I was just going to say, I think Blaze has the details on that.
And I got kicked out for all of Blaze's speech, so.
No, he hasn't said it yet.
Oh.
But I do want to reemphasize before Blaze explains that one more thing, and John did a great job of clarifying all this too, but I think there's a misunderstanding that the asterisk means that it's not valued like an A by Carmel High. Now, we're not factoring it into the GPA because that's an in-house GPA and there's all these other considerations, and we just don't know. And Craig and Debbie and John, our support staff, everybody's doing it. It's crazy. I talked to my neighbor who teaches in Salinas Unified. He can't believe how many students we're in contact with. But the A is an A, and it's not up to us to tell colleges to value it. We never have and never will get to tell a college whether they will value that A or B. That's never been the case. The colleges make that call. And so we wanted to give the kid who wants to be as competitive as possible the opportunity to get that A. And if, I don't know why I always use Colorado School of Mines, but if Colorado School of Mines says, you know what, we're gonna buck the system and we are going to count grades as part of our GPA from the pandemic, then our kids have had the option to have that on there and they will have an edge at Colorado School of Mines. Like, that's honestly part of our thinking too, is we want families, teachers, everybody to have as much choice as possible so that kids can be as successful as possible. And I think there's just some misunderstanding on how colleges factor GPAs ever. This is not new. Colleges always decide which grades count and what they count for.
Mark, quick follow-up if possible. From a board perspective, you guys are the experts. You're the ones that have created the policies. And the reason I'm asking the reference point questions are because, believe it or not, a lot of people in the community will start with the school board for answers rather than the sites. And I don't want to shock anybody, but that does happen. So the reason I'm asking the protocol question, and I'm going to read this from Dan Morgan that was sent through the chat, and it really kind of gets to the point for the school board. And it's pretty simple. And Dan, as we all know, is a pretty A to B guy. Jen, Casper, and I will field all questions about the middle school grading policy. Counselors will also be able to speak to the policy, but will be asked to forward questions about the policy to administration. So I think what I was trying to get at is a handy guide for school board members to say, that's, I hear what you're saying, because believe me, a lot of people talk to the board. That sounds like you should be talking to your counselor about that. Or the board should be saying, well, that's a little bit past counseling. That's more into policy. That you should be talking to Mr. Lyons about that, or Mr. Morgan. So that's kind of where I was going, is I hope that these guides to the community will be very definitive so that they really know where to ask the question. And I think one of the most difficult things for a parent is, who really should I be asking? Am I bothering the principal? Or, that kind of thing. So that's kind of the crux of a board position on this, in my view.
And Carl, I've been fielding those questions. So sorry, those questions have already started coming our way, and we're happy to I'm happy to for the high school perspective to kind of flag those and adjust them accordingly to say, hey, this sounds super specific. Maybe this is a good place to check in with your counselor. This sounds like a classroom issue. Let's farm it down to the teacher. It can make it a lot to try to, you know, manipulate, and even more so when you can't actually do it in person. So when we post this out, obviously everything starts out of my office and then we work from there. I think that's the easy way to do it. The goal was is to try to give the parent an answer so they're not getting moved around to 18 different people. So I think from your perspective, from district office perspective, we're happy, at least I am, to act as the principal, and that is my job, and kind of triage those out. And some of it, my hope is that 90% of these questions will get addressed in how we explain it out. And then we're really dealing with kind of super specific independent questions, and kind of the grading process will start to work its way through.
Can I just ask a quick question? So just to piggyback off of what Carl said, I was wondering if the board could get either from, maybe, I don't know if it would come from Mark or Trisha or who, but sort of a little cheat sheet, because as Tess alluded to, you know, we do get questions, we get comments, we get concerns, and they're all way above our pay grade, right? So I would love it if somebody does call me that I know exactly where, without a doubt, to point them to, instead of saying, well, have you done this? You know, like, I don't want to have to come up with it on my own necessarily, because I don't know necessarily where everybody should be going, and I want to make sure they are going to the right place. So if somebody could help out with that, that would be awesome.
Handle that out of our office, Sarah, and we'll work with the site principals on detailing that out. I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah.
So I wanted to jump in and say a couple things. One, to Carl, too, the questions, and I know you were getting at who's the point person, but there's a lot of stuff that was put out by the University of California, CSU, community colleges, the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities, which includes Stanford. They have their COVID responses that we have links to. I'm sure we'll make sure that John, and if it's not already there, those are all in his FAQ for parents to look at what the colleges did say about this, so they can look at that stuff themselves and see, oh, okay, this falls in line with what they're saying. So we'll make sure that is available for folks. The piece with the asterisk on the grade, and so I'll explain that a little bit more clearly, hopefully. The way the grading system works in ARIES, which is our student information system, is the school is set up for grades A through F, and then also credit, no credit, pass, fail. Those are in there as viable marks. But all of those A through Fs have assigned grade point average calculation that are there for the duration of high school for everyone. So if you were trying to assign an A for somebody, but not wanting it to count on the GPA, you couldn't do it in the system as it is. You have to create a new mark that you essentially say, don't tie to GPA in the back end of the system. They cannot make the arrangement to take the A for this one semester. We ask them, can you make our A for this one semester not have any connection to the GPA, which is what the committee wanted. They couldn't do that, but that we could actually create a new mark, an A, and add an asterisk, and then tie that like a credit grade that does not tie to GPA. That was the only way to do it. So we can make new marks with a special notation next to them that the teachers can select for that student, and it would not then factor into their GPA.
Right.
So that was why we had to go with this asterisk system within ARIES.
The other thing,
Blaze, you could have chosen like the caret, so it looks like it's higher than the asterisk, which looks like an exception.
Yes, Paul was really Paul knows more about ARIES than all of us, but he's been doing all that work to try to figure out, could we do what we wanted to do?
Yeah, sure.
And John, I think you wanted to jump in on that real quick.
I would say the other thing that they.
Hey, you know what, guys?
Yeah.
I think, in terms of, I'm just being really practical here. The detail involved in ARIES, when I left the principalship, I was very happy to leave ARIES and the asterisks and everything else that goes with them. So, but I don't want to get us too technical in where we're going with this, because the role of the school board isn't to understand all of the nuances of how this thing works. I know you want to explain it. I think our role is to get you to the right place, to get parents. We are representatives of the community. Our job is to not have, sometimes a little bit of information is dangerous. And, you know, I just want to move it along to a point where I trust that the work that's been done on this is excellent. And I think there's a certain level of explanation that is valid. But I think if we get to a point where it's beyond our place where we should be, and I think that that's pretty easy to do, we need to be careful with that and keep it to the people that know what they're doing, which is the people that are on the site here with us tonight. And for us, the most important thing is how do we get parents to the right place and just keep it a little bit more on a simplistic level.
Okay.
So I hope that makes sense.
It does, Carl. I won't get into the minutia of all these things within systems, but I will talk about the elementary grading and why they've chosen to not make a mark on the report card. As you know, elementary is not graded by a letter grade. It's not a percentage of your work that you then get a letter grade. It is essentially a standards-based report card. And so those standards in trimester 1 and 2 are the level of where the kid is in meeting the standard is developed through the use of different assessments that kind of run into each other in semester 1, semester 2, and then semester 3. So the teachers are using a variety of tools to create those where the kid is. Are they meeting standard? Are they below standard? What have you? They're using those tools. Well, when we went out, they no longer can use a lot of those tools that they use. So they cannot, if they moved marks in under standards, they would not have the same assessments that they normally have in place to give and to use to have that be a complete story of that standard over the course of the year. So the option was, if you can't do the types of assessments you normally do, we should not be marking into that standard right now. We should just say it wasn't assessed because it wasn't assessed in the normal sequence with the same tools, because we don't have the ability to do that for most of them. And that we can write into what they can write into their narrative box and give a report that way. The standards will still be there for trimester 1 and trimester 2. And then of course, they're going to be doing work to go back and look at every single kid, where they left off. And then those grade levels, second grade is going to look back at first grade standards towards the end of the year and go, we're going to actually start with these things and make sure we can get kids caught up, double check and assess. So they're really not needed in that sense. And so that's why they're choosing not to do that, because it just doesn't make sense to try to do that with the tools that they have.
That makes sense.
Can I just, Carl, I want to just summarize a couple things to Blaze, John, and Dan that I think are important. The first is examples are going to help. Sarah's frequently asked questions is going to be critical, and Carl's don't paint us in a corner. And then the big takeaway is don't have Sarah's phone explode. Okay. So when you send the stuff out, recognize that those examples and the frequently asked questions are going to be able to alleviate all those things coming inbound. And then obviously even for you, right? So I think that's all the philosophy and all the explanation I think are spot on. We just need to make it crystal clear.
Would it be a good idea to do some sort of a Zoom town hall meeting so that parents can have these questions answered and be addressed? Or
are you volunteering for that, Tess?
No.
I think a lot of districts have created like an explanation video, the superintendent or somebody that, you know, they make a video that explains it and tells people where to go to look for the resources. And here are the documents we've created, the FAQs, and here's where you find them. So the short kind of PSA about it so that it sends that message and they know where to look. And then they ask those specific people on those sites what they need to ask. Just one other piece.
Is that going to happen? You know, because that's a really good idea. I think one thing to put it on paper, but it's another one to link it to the site and have a live person there as a reference point online to maybe save Sarah's phone from exploding and the principal and others along the way. because people tend to do a lot better with a human face. And it wouldn't be that hard, I think, to get the principals, online, and and John is all over the place online, but maybe his counselors, or maybe himself, or somebody there to run through. I keep going back to the high school because, quite frankly, I think the elementary program is much easier to understand in terms of justifications for a process, and I think middle too, to some degree. It's just all of those moving parts at the high school with all of the different kinds of crediting and all of that.
Yeah. Carl,
Trisha has questions, I know.
Oh, and I think Dan, you had your hand.
Yeah, I'll echo what Carl said. I think that the majority of questions most likely end up in the high school ballpark. Typically, I think it's a good idea, but what I would probably do at the middle school level is base the need for that on the response after we send it out in writing. So if I get started with questions, then it's clear that I haven't communicated appropriately, and a face-to-face session would be really good. I mean, my guess, honestly, is that it's a pretty simple policy at the middle school level to understand, and I'll put in examples and try to make it very clear, and probably maybe even send it to board member parents for review before we push it out, to get some good feedback on that, and hopefully that will be enough communication. But if we need to, I'd be more than willing.
Yeah. Well,
And John,
you're on deck on Friday, Dan, for Zoom with the superintendent. And we'll probably get a list of topics from people's pre-registrations to that to see if that's what they want to focus on too. And we can continue having those every Friday morning too.
And John mentioned in the chat that he would put video explainers in his document, in his policy, like he did with his online work handbook.
Are there any other comments that have come in, Trisha, that we need to read out that we haven't addressed? I want to be sure that people who have emailed or gone into the community document, sent that in, get their comments heard.
If they're hopefully they're different.
So I can just read them so they're into the record like legal asked us to. I think a majority probably have been answered, but this will give you the opportunity to make any additional comments. So we received one from Melissa Kruger, parent. I'm asking the board to prioritize the review of any actions they take as it relates to legitimization of final semester grades and GPA calculation. I would ask that before making decision, you are 100% confident that your choice be one that has equity across all children and does not negatively impact and/or fail one student at CHS. Will our proposed program lend itself to supporting those who may be living in a compromised learning environment? Will our proposed program simultaneously continue to inspire and motivate our best and brightest? Are all of our CHS counselors able to walk through what this looks like as they work to apply for colleges? And can we guarantee that our actions will not make our students less competitive as they pursue their goals? She did do a follow-up email comment. The same parent, Melissa Kruger, said, great explanation. Let's see, sorry, I gotta open it up more. Great explanation as it relates to our kids, and this was after John spoke, and how it impacts the collegiate path. Principal Lyons, bravo and thank you. You provided the confidence I needed in the decision. We've also received another response from Carrie Panetta regarding the same item. Aren't there approximately 2,500 four-year colleges and universities in the United States? Are you concerned with the approximately 2,300 colleges which have not stated or have not said they will not consider this semester's grades? And then we got one that is on the grading policy and credit, but it doesn't really pertain. Gave me the option to read it or not and just share it. But it's regarding a conversation that he is in current conversations with Principal Lyons, swapping emails regarding PE credits for freshman athletes who are currently in study hall. If you'd like me to read that, I can, or if you would like to just have that shared, and I think it might be coming back at a different board meeting.
It is.
Okay. So it's on the sheet that I have shared with the board if you'd like to see it previous, but if it's a separate topic, so you know.
That does just remind me that also on this agenda, and kind of related to this, is our request to waiver the swimming requirement in service hours because of the inability to complete that for this year's group. So
just want to point out the executive order from the state is waiving PE instructional minutes as well as the PE fitness tests for this year. So those are waived, will not have any bearing.
Yeah, the concern, and not to dive too far into this, the concern there is that there are students that the waiver allowed them to be out of the 9th grade PE class, and now that we're not, essentially the waiver doesn't exist. But we haven't really massaged language to bring to the board yet on how to address that concern. So that's something that Blaze and I need to work through before we can give you guys anything to actually comment on. So I want to be cautious on how much I say about that. And I mean, I can try to do the best I can to address the other question, which was, am I concerned about the 2,300 schools that haven't said anything? Well, of course. Again, I think we're learning. I think every day goes by and we're learning. And I think that if a student is in the conversation for a high performing private school, or that if there's a specific school that they are worried about that we don't have a commentary on, the opt-in would be to opt for the grade, take the grades that would exist on the transcript as an A or a B. That way it memorializes that experience. So if a college does say, hey, we want a letter grade, it's already there. It really is the parent's choice to determine what grade that they want reflected on the transcript. So again, if a student is currently getting all A's and is doing the work and is maintaining their level of excellence, my counsel would be to put those grades onto the transcript to memorialize them, so that even if the schools right now haven't made a public comment, in 6 months, if they do, one way or the other, you're protected. But at the same time, if you're a student who is, to the other young lady's comment, a student whose life situation has put it where you're just trying to get through, the A is no longer the most important thing. Surviving through the high school experience is the most important thing. How can we reduce the anxiety to bring some pause and some relief? Because that's the message that we're hearing equally from our students is, I'm not processing this well. I'm all by myself. I'm also taking care of my little brother and little sister during the day because my mom's an essential worker and has to be out in the world. And I'm now teaching, I'm a 17-year-old junior who's teaching 3rd grade. So we wanted to have as many options as possible. And yes, is that a logistical nightmare? 100%. And it's going to keep me up at night. But to preserve that idea was essential. And so but am I worried about the colleges? Of course. And that's why we continue to dig into, as we get new schools, we continue to move forward on that.
And I think the one thing I want to jump in with John, that what John will explain in his school profile, that a student that has an A asterisk on their transcript earned an A in that class. And this was a way that we detached it from an internal GPA due to this COVID crisis. That will be explained. So when the admissions officers do and they look at that transcript and evaluate it, they're going to evaluate it for that grade that's there if that's what they're choosing to do. So that still gives any person the ability to put down the best possible grades they can to be competitive where they want to be competitive. But I will also venture to guess that there are going to be such a variety of decisions made across the United States that all these schools are going to be getting kids from districts that have credit, no credit, and kids with grades and mixes of grades and credit, no credit, and that they're just going to have to decide how they're going to figure out who their best kids are by a lot of other ways as well. So I just.
Carl, you're on mute.
Am I on now?
Good.
Yeah.
Good now.
Now? Oh, we're kind of going around in circles. We're kind of covering everything again about selection as to which way to go with the process. And I think it's pretty clear that it's up to the schools to communicate those options to the parents and you know, we can explain it and over-explain it, but the bottom line is, from the board's perspective, is communicate, communicate, communicate the options. That's what we're all about. And find creative ways to do it. Find traditional ways to do it. But let's just make sure that they understand what those options are. We can talk, you know, individually about memorializing them or not memorializing them, or what university will take them or which one won't, because we don't know. But what we also know is that this is a changing document. As you come up with better information and better options, you're going to put them out to the community and make them available. It's a working document, the grade policy. So I think we have to be careful that we don't keep going around and around in the same circle here. We can't answer every single question right now, and neither can our faculty and our staff, because we just don't know. So I think I'd like to see us move it forward to, typically, Barb might have started this conversation with the fact that administrative regulations are under the direction of the superintendent. And the board sets policy, but the superintendent, working with her staff, establishes the administrative regulations or the guidelines. In this particular case, because of the gravity of the situation, Barb has asked for the board to endorse those options. And I think I can't see a reason why the board wouldn't. We can't guarantee that every single child's need will be met immediately. But what we can guarantee is that we've got staff and faculty out there that is completely willing and wanting to see that every single child's need is met. And that's what we are approving when we go ahead and endorse the AR that is in front of us. I realize that middle school is going to be packaging theirs up, and it should come out, according to Dan, I think maybe by the end of the week or something like that. But I think we have to go ahead and give them authority to operate. And I'd like to see us take a step in that direction.
And so, Carl, just to clarify, because this document that's on the screen is different than what was posted on Friday, I'm not asking for an approval until May 20th at the next board meeting, just so that, you know, we abide by all of the rules for that.
Carl, I didn't get a chance to speak yet. Can I say something? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Annette.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much for all the people who contributed to where we are today. You know, I was worried actually about the stress of making decisions on the grading. But I can see now after the explanation that that was really well considered, and the fact that the middle school has changed their thoughts on the grading policy also took into account, you know, a really well thought out process. They use a well thought out process, etc. I appreciate all of that, and I appreciate the comments from the audience as well. As Carl has already said, communication is going to be key, and I really agree with that. You know, how you choose to communicate is up to the individual school principals. I know a lot of this was focused on the middle school and high school, but I'm sure that our elementary school principals will do the same and give out information too. It sounds to me that you know, got the great idea of the examples from Todd and the FAQ, frequently asked questions, which you can base some of what we got already tonight and maybe will receive between now and then to include, you know, explaining what the asterisk is, that kind of thing would be really helpful. So I just wanted to thank everyone, and this has been a great discussion, and thank you for all of your efforts.
Are you there, Barb? Are you there?
I'm there, yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move this forward. What would you like us to do at this point?
Well, as I said, we will start working on the communication piece of this. We'll still have our coffee superintendent questions directed to the principals as advised. But we'll bring back the final version of this May 20th. But
Okay.
we have all of our teachers and our associations on board with it. Our admin feels good about it. So we'll be moving in that direction.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead then and close the discussion at this point on this particular item because we have another one that could be somewhat time consuming. I do want to thank the principals and Blaze and staff, Mark Stafford and company. You know, you guys have really done a heck of a good job with this. It's, you know, you've got 2,000 students and you've got, you know, X number of teachers throughout the district all trying to meet the needs of our students. So I think that from my view, we're certainly not only in the game, but in some ways ahead of the game. But my only goal as board president is for the community to feel comfortable in asking the questions and knowing where to go to get those answers. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and move it to our, what, do I have a chat here that I need to look at? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next discussion item, which is actually probably not the one that's going to take some time. It's instructional materials adoption item B, 9th through 12 social studies. And this would be Blaze, and it would require an approval by the board because of the expenditure involved. Blaze?
You're muted, Blaze.
Okay, they brought me back.
Okay.
They had not looked ahead to see that you could have kept me there, but oh well. Yeah, so I'm bringing to you today the recommendation for adoption of social studies materials for the high school. We had a committee put together that included the department at the high school, and Barb McBride chaired the committee. So Mark Stafford could be a voting member because he's the department chair. We began, it actually started a year ago to start previewing materials. And then ultimately in September, we began to look at some of those things that were out there. They narrowed down the options, began to look at different products and created evaluation rubrics and tools and worked their way through our process like we've done with our other instructional materials over the course of essentially through December and February, coming up with final recommendations for what they wanted to adopt. And it's extensive. I'm in front of me, I'm looking at all of the rubrics that were created, all of the, you know, the individual voting members, evaluation rubrics themselves, plus the vote counts on all of the products, and they were unanimous for the products they decided to select. And so they decided to go with HMH, Houghton Mifflin Hardcourt, for the Geography, World History, U.S. History sequence. The government econ, they looked at multiple products as well and decided on McGraw-Hill, the McGraw-Hill product as their choice. The government econ does not necessarily dovetail right out of the other sequence, so they are okay being separate publishers. And that's what they brought forward. And so we have a recommendation to adopt. One thing you might notice on that memo, that the U.S. history cost is a little bit lower, and that has to do with our tradition of one AP U.S. history. These are not for any of the AP courses. These are all the college prep courses, these materials, but also with our dual enrollment increase. So the dual enrollment numbers have increased so much that we are having a smaller number of kids participate in the regular CP U.S. history. So that's a positive because we have multiple choices for kids to do the dual enrollment course or the AP course or the regular CP course. So that's why that number is a little lower than others in grade levels. So I'm, moving, hopefully to move forward with an adoption of these products so we can order and get them purchased and start getting our teachers hooked up to the new online products that go with them and the ebooks. So they actually are timely because they have both hard copy and online versions and online integration. So it would, if we had it already, it would be great. They'd be able to use them. But we want to get the teachers trained as soon as possible, especially over the summer. And even now to start having some training with the publishers on how to actually get ready and to use these online products in case we need them sooner than later.
Well,
Motion to adopt, unless there are questions.
yeah, we need a motion to adopt. Is exactly
Motion
right.
to adopt instructional materials adoption 9 through 12 social studies history.
Do we have a second? Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
So moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaze.
Thank you, Blaze.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blaze.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to item C, ratification of AT&T and NASPO Master Agreement number MA149-1 and participating addendum. Paul.
Thanks, Carl. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, so this is fairly simple. This is just to piggyback on an AT&T contract that will allow us to take advantage of pricing that was negotiated to give us, better prices, will allow us to provide students cellular service, which is a strategy we want to use for kids who don't have the internet. So the contract, I think, is fairly simple because it's available to public agencies like ourselves, and it does give us better pricing. I just want you to understand the context is that we will be buying initially 40 units of hotspots, which, by the way, have been very hard to find in this COVID-19 environment, but we have been able to track those down. We'll be delivering them to students who have already identified themselves, or the teachers and counselors and administrators have identified kids who are struggling to find a way to get their work done online. And the goal is to try to give them access. It won't work for everybody, but there are those who have told us that an AT&T connection on a hotspot is worth trying, and that's what we intend to do. We'll prioritize the high school and middle school kids first because those are the students that have the most pressure to perform online. And then as we find students that the hotspots don't work for, then we can move them on to the elementary students as our second wave. And really, we don't have much time this year. This is in hopes that it helps some kids, and it's also in looking forward to next year for a possible permanent solution for some families. And if that were to happen, we'd have another discussion about funding. But right now, this is very affordable to us. It'll be under $5,000 to get this off and tested.
So
I
I wanted to add a couple of points to that first, Carl.
Okay.
So one of the things that it was brought up by the committee that Barb brought me into, which is basically equality for technology at the county level. And there's obviously discussion at the state level. And I just wanted to get it on the radar of the board because this is something that we can lead on, which is to get ahead of where the county is going to probably land and also where the state is likely to land, which is going to be subsidized internet and technologies to any student in the district. And so that equality is going to be something that is really pushed as a civil right. And I think that making sure that the board is aware that we can take action. And as Paul's bringing up, yes, it's the tail end of the year. The technological choices are going to obviously be far and wide because we're such a rural district. But these are things that we really should be aware of and considering, do we want to advance anything forward with approval for the, if the county, let's say, is acting slower, or the state's acting slower, just something to consider going forward.
Well, at this point in time or in the future?
In the future.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and approve this to get it going?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay,
I did have one other question, which is kind of related. I mean, both Paul and Todd just alluded to these, but for those students who we have that are the most remote, that this won't work for, how many students are those approximately? And what is the plan for helping them if this, continues?
So a couple things. For anybody, even if we can't help them with internet, we have packets that are going out to them. As John mentioned earlier, Craig has been hand delivering and communicating, working with the teachers. So that is our kind of alternative that can work. It's not as rich as Carl probably observed today in the first grade class, right, as some of the stuff that's happening online. But you need to know that that's kind of our core base to start from. Everyone will have materials delivered to them if they need them. We've got places like Paula, Colorado. A lot of those folks have HughesNet. They're sharing those connections. I think it's 32 students in that canyon. Right. Most of them, even if they have paid pretty hefty prices for that service, they're all kind of fighting each other over the same satellite bandwidth, and which is not necessarily suitable for like a Zoom meeting. So some of this stuff, we don't have the power to create the infrastructure, but I think we have the power to be a political force, which is I think what Todd is talking about. And in cases where we do have the power, and where if it really were just a financial thing, I think we have to think about pushing in those directions for equity for our kids. But I would say maybe there's, 50 to 80 that probably have no real good connection at all. That'll be hard to help.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm with Todd in terms of equity and access for as many students underserved. If we can take a lead, if there was ever a district that could take a lead, we're it. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of counting on you to step forward when the time comes and guide us through whatever steps we need to, because I think it's very important.
Yeah, what we found with Big Sur, you may remember we got a grant that amounted to about $300,000 to bring internet to Captain Cooper. We were also hoping that mm-hmm. same service would then become commercially available to the citizens. It isn't, but we're in discussions with them, and I think the folks in Big Sur are also talking to that company to try to leverage that. But the commercial forces alone are not enough. Even when the district was willing to pay for it, before a grant came out, we had trouble finding a company that would even bid on it because there are not enough customers for them to support all that infrastructure. So there does have to be, a bunch of forces, us and others, pushing. There's some things that we can do, but there are real reasons that the access is not available, mostly geographical reasons in a small population.
Oh, yeah. Paul, we get it. I mean, and we get the technical challenge involved, but I think the altruistic part of it is keep the fire burning on it. Let's see what we can do. But right now, let's get an approval on this one, okay?
Thank you.
We had a motion, we had a second, we had a question. We want to call Tricia for the vote.
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eustek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
So moved. Item D, ratification of California Teleconnect Fund.
So this one is related. This is a state fund that will, recently they just announced that they'd give 50% discount for the connection fees for the cellular connections, just like we were just talking about. So it's related to the item above. And actually, we already participate in the Teleconnect Fund. I just want to make sure that all of our ducks are in a row. We get ourselves in line for that money to be able to support this project.
Let's do it. We need a motion.
Move approval of the ratification of the California Teleconnect Fund as presented by Paul.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eustek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item E. And this one is one that raised some questions prior at the start of the meeting from parents in the community. And item E is approved recommendation regarding refund of tuition paid to the district child development programs. This would be Yvonne and Laura, and perhaps Barb in here. So who would like to take the lead on this?
I think we'll let Yvonne start off.
It's funny, my internet just went off right when that item came up, but it came back quickly.
I have to let the dog out, but I'm still here. Keep going.
So Laura Dunn and I have provided some background information about our recommendation and regarding tuition reimbursement for services provided for the district-run childcare services. I know you have prepared to discuss the information presented, but I would like to take a minute to clarify language written in the rationale. As presented, you can see from the information that our childcare program has taken a substantial financial hit due to the COVID-19 national emergency. The language in the rationale as written does not reflect the message intended, nor was it meant to be insensitive to our incredible classified and certificated personnel who may very well be experiencing a loss of income within their own families. As you all know, the board is tasked with the fiduciary responsibility of ensuring financial stability of all of our programs. When a program is taking a financial hit like this, the recourse is to recoup the loss from our reserves. It is also our responsibility to align as many of our resources as we reasonably can to benefit students directly. I also have that responsibility and I take it very seriously. Therefore, my recommendation stands, but I want to be clear about the recommendation. The original recommendation, as the board would see, was to refund tuition paid for April and May for childcare programs. March tuition will not be refunded except for families that have been financially affected by COVID-19 and request a refund due to financial hardship. The recommendation is to unilaterally refund tuition paid for April and May for childcare programs to all families if families had paid in advance. The second part of this is to not unilaterally refund March tuition except to families that request it due to financial challenges caused by the COVID-19 emergency. This was the intended recommendation and honors all of our families, including our own amazing staff that required childcare services. So Laura Dunn, I think, is also available should you have any specific questions about this. So do you have any questions or comments?
I have a question, and I had asked this question prior. So what possible funding is being reimbursed from state and federal for funded preschools?
Mm-hmm. So the information that you have seen here is the what we collect from private from families that pay privately. So we will continue to receive, and Laura can jump in if I'm not correct about this, but we will receive tuition for the families for the month of March from the state assisted childcare program. We're also from Senate Bill 117, we are receiving some funds, but it's not related to childcare, and Senate Bill 117 was very specific. So as far as I'm aware, we are not receiving any funds to help with this program at this point in time. It's changing all of the time. As a matter of fact, became aware of some new funds that were going to be sent to the district. I don't know enough about it yet. The notice, we have not received the notice yet, but we're aware that the state is all the time looking at how they're going to allocate some of the resources that we've been hearing have been legislatively appropriated. So some of it, and the other program that may be eligible,
letting people in, he keeps hitting the wrong button.
Would be the FEMA that
He's not
saying that we can apply for FEMA funds, but that's very up in the air as well, although we will be putting in an application for that.
So I have just more comments than I do questions. I suppose in this comment, there is going to be a question at the end of it. So maybe that's directed towards Yvonne. In the end, the way that I read through that, and I wanted to also highlight to Bill, thanks for alerting me to one additional point in the language. So I have a problem with the language as it is, primarily because what we're asking for is the community to absorb a loss, individuals within the community to absorb a loss. And if we were able to continue to operate, then these were things that we would be able to provide the service and charge for. However, looking at where the absorption of this loss needs to go, I have a sort of visceral problem with it being applied to anybody within the community, and then let alone to the teachers who are employed, who would obviously take advantage of this. So what I would, if I were to look at this and write the policy for it, would be a full refund, and make that as simple as that. I suppose my question is to the other board members on what your thoughts are, because that's my initial reading of it, is that type of a reaction.
Well, my other reaction, Todd, and I completely agree with you, because even in hearing, some of the things that the teachers have been going through specifically, I mean, clearly these are teachers who also have little ones. So now they might possibly having to pay for childcare at times for when they're having to teach. So I kind of had a reaction to obviously what Bill said, but also just being a feeler that I am as well. I feel like people are really facing challenges right now. This isn't the time to say, we're not going to take care of you when, what are the financial, what defines a financial challenge? And I'm curious to know what would be the criteria for determining whether someone would be reimbursed for half of March.
I think I have the answer. It's called a global pandemic, right? So we can absorb it and take care of the constituents. And so to me, it just seems, I'm going to say, while financially maybe not prudent, it becomes the ethical thing to do. And that outweighs to me the financial prudence of it. And looking at, we need to make sure that everybody understands that we're here to take care of them if they're part of the district. And that's an important message that I think we need to really stand up for here, because then that's going to establish that type of message going forward and all the other things that we're looking to do.
So I'd just like to agree with both Tess's comments and Todd's comments. I have a concern that this language is excluding staff, simply. So I would like to see the language be more inclusive of staff for all of the reasons that Tess and Todd just mentioned.
Sarah, may I comment?
Annette?
May I comment?
Yeah, is Annette
Sure.
out there?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Annette and Carl before Yvonne.
I'm sorry, may I comment or not?
I'd like to hear from Annette and Carl first, and then you can respond to the whole,
Okay.
if that's okay. Thank you. Annette?
Well, actually, I wanted to understand, it sounds like both Todd and Tess were saying that they thought that this, that the action should be taken of option 1 or 2, not option 3, which would render the need, we wouldn't have to distinguish among staff or not staff. Is that correct? I mean, and I guess that's kind of a question.
Yeah, I'll clarify what my point was. Option 1, plus the removal of the language carving out teachers.
Okay.
So it becomes a full refund, full stop.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wanted to understand that because I wasn't sure. It looked like kind of like to me, if we did option 1, then yeah, that I thought the carve out might not apply anyway, but that's why I wanted to ask that of Yvonne, but is that possible to find out if that was envisioned in option 1 or 2? Would that have been a carve out or not?
No, it would not have been. The language was confusing But if you look at the motion that was presented to the board, it does
Yeah.
not eliminate anybody. So there was that sentence that confused the issue, but it was never the intent to carve anybody out of option 1, 2, or 3.
Okay.
And so, but that was confusing.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem here is it felt like an exclusion, you know.
Right.
And anyway, that was something I actually for me, I hadn't thought of it quite the way that Todd and Tess did and Sarah. And I actually, now that I've heard them, I believe that we should move forward with either, you know, the option 1 or 2 is a slightly different, you know, wrinkle on the same thing. But I understand what you're saying, and I would go, if everybody wanted to go with the 1 as opposed to the 2, I can see that.
Can we, Yvonne, so I think that's a great point, Annette. And I think in response to your comment, Yvonne, since it feels like the language is reading a certain way,
Right.
can we at least do a little bit of tweaking to the language so it actually doesn't read like it's excluding?
Yes, when you make the motion, you can change the motion to reflect what is the intent of the board.
Mm-hmm.
And I can read out a suggestion for that if the board goes in that direction.
Sure. That would probably be best if you were the one that did read it out.
Thanks, Carl.
Okay. So based on would you like me to do that now? Reread that to you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We'll get a sense where you're coming from.
Yeah. So the recommendation is to refund tuition paid for April and May for childcare programs to all families. The second part of this is to not refund March tuition except to families that request it due to financial challenges caused by the COVID-19 emergency.
So
that is not my recommendation.
There's 2 pieces to it. One of them is the teacher exclusion, and the other one is the full refund. Correct? Am I right about that? Or
yeah, there's nothing in the motion, or you know, what I just read out to you that excludes anybody. So, okay. But what Todd is saying that he wants us to refund all the funds.
Yeah, so that's what I said. There's 2 pieces to it. And of course, I think we have to include the teachers. You know, the people that are getting the refunds are also salaried probably somewhere else too. And so are our teachers. And I think it's fair to say too that one of the caveats that is on the table, a bit of an elephant in the room, is that it's a pretty heavily discounted program for our teachers. And there's a big benefit to that, but we put that in for a specific reason. And one of the reasons is look at the teachers that we have. And it's one of the perks that brings them to this district, and that we knew full well while we were doing it. But they're a young staff, and they got a lot of kids out there, and who knows, more to come. So I agree with that, certainly. Is there going to be any discussion on the full refund versus partial, or are we there?
Well, I'll state what I believe. The options are what the language that Yvonne just read is a proposal to say, just fill out this form and then we'll see if you qualify and then refund you. My answer is don't have them fill out the form. It's a full refund, right? And then that just simplifies the whole process where everybody recognizes that they're taken care of, and there isn't an extra step they have to go through or an extra hurdle to jump into.
I get that. How much money are we talking about here, Yvonne, if we do a full refund? Without question.
So for a full refund for the month of March would be $64,583. Those are funds that were actually collected. I do not know, and Laura could speak up if she needs to, how much was paid in advance for the month of April and May. Some people pay in advance, many don't. So whatever was sitting that had been collected for April and May is already in the process of being refunded. So the question is just March. So it's $64,000. And
Okay.
I also need to make one more comment to make sure that I'm doing my duty. That the child care program is considered an enterprise program of the district. So what that means is that it operates within the district, but it's also a program that could be operated outside of the district by a private industry. And so we're running a program that should run exactly like a for-profit business. And the program does not operate at a profit because of the discounts we give to our families. And so we already support that. And so I think that's a critical piece of information for you to understand. It's a program that we don't have to do. They could get these services outside of our district. And it is important for us to run that program as profitably as we can.
Yeah.
That's helpful information, Yvonne.
Todd, if I might,
go ahead,
real
Carl.
quick. I commend you, Yvonne. You're the budget wizard, and you're keeping the district in line and afloat and doing exactly what you should be doing in terms of questioning our authority to do a full refund or a partial refund or any of those options. If we follow what I'm reading, if we follow the avenue that some of the other local districts are following with a similar program, they are not doing a full refund. On the other hand, we are a district that is capable of doing a full refund and not having it hurt, shall we say, at the level that it might an ADA district or some other situation. So, I think Todd's point's a pretty good one. It is a pandemic, and if there was ever a time to try to do the right thing, this probably is it.
I'd like to just add to Carl that despite the fact that option one is what was being advocated by Todd, that option two would have a possibility of it would allow the families to still get credits for their next tuition. And I would urge you to say, instead of August tuition, whenever it is whenever we open again, it would be, it doesn't have to be just for August, because we don't know when we're going to reopen exactly.
Well, I would like to know which platform is easier for the district.
Right. Well, but can I just finish?
Yeah, sorry.
So whatever, what would be good about that is it's not a cash outlay for everything if parents are willing to have it be credited towards a future tuition. And cash is really important right now. We have an incredible burden on our district for all of the additional COVID expenses. And that would be helpful. And then also the fact that, because, as Yvonne said, this is an enterprise fund, if we choose to make this decision now becomes a general fund obligation that wasn't a general fund obligation possibly. And because it's a very different set of monies, and we can't carry a negative balance in that fund. We have to pay for it out of the general fund. So it's cash.
Annette, how does that affect the kids that are going on to kindergarten?
Oh yeah, they're in option two. It says that you can request a refund. So whoever wants the refund instead of the credit, or if they don't come back next year, for whatever reason, that I'm just suggesting that might be a way for it to not have such a big cash impact.
I think I'm completely fine if the choice is refund or credit. And then they can say refund, yes. So I'm fine with a hybrid of option 1 and 2, or that might be close to what 2 is with the change of August. What I'm not okay with is a separate carve out or hurdle for people to jump through to then say I qualify for a refund or credit, right?
It doesn't. I don't think it says that. It does say
the language that Yvonne read back to us still had that you have to apply and for the refund. What I'm after is,
I think that was option 3.
Let me add another point to it. And it's, hang on just a second. No, just a second. Well, I think we have to be very careful when we talk about additional COVID expenses. And I'll tell you why. Because we're not running any school buses. And I'm not talking about the cost of the drivers. I'm talking about the cost of operating the buses. There's no fuel expenditures. There's no lights on the buildings. There's no heat being used. The pool is not being heated, on and on and on. There's going to be, in the end, probably a cost savings at some point to the district for all of the things that we provide year round, really, that we're not doing. So I think we have to be very careful with trying to use the term additional COVID expenses. I don't think I would go there because it's almost impossible to justify. Even if it can be justified, it's going to be a tough one to sell. I think you don't have to agree with me, guys, but I just, that's the other side of the argument.
Yeah. I do agree with you.
Excuse me? Todd?
I do agree with that statement.
Okay, we have to look at that. The other thing too is, I think Todd put it best. They can get a choice. And that's a fiscal wizard, and I get what she's saying, and she's right about the general fund. She's also right about the fact that we're not obligated by law to have to do that. And typically, you don't have any programs in the district that are that way. So she's not wrong about any of that. And yeah, it's an impact. So I think it's fair. We have to remember that those that are fiscally inclined can see this pretty clearly and rightfully expressing that opinion to us, because we certainly need to hear it to know what we're doing. I just don't think it's a big enough amount to not be altruistic in our intent. And I think Todd kind of captured a little bit when you said to give them a choice. Credit would work well for us, but if that's not going to, it will work well for some of the families that are not being, really put out by this pandemic. But it will not probably work for families that are much more in the month to month. Can we make the budget work? So I'm all for the choice, but I really think we're in a situation where we pretty much have to do the right thing. Barb, I would be very interested.
Quick question. Sorry, Carl. Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead,
the
Sarah.
question is for you, Laura. I told Annette, thank you for bringing up all those great points about option 2. I definitely see the value in doing the credit and everything, which I would be, fine with as well. But my question is, taking a big step back, what are you hearing, Laura, from parents? What are they, are there parents beating on your door for a full refund, or are they fine with the credit? Have you surveyed the parents to see how they're feeling about these options, or what are you hearing? Because I would like to know kind of what the word on the street is personally.
Sure. I'm so happy you asked. I do want to clarify one thing, Todd. The application isn't, we're not going to decide whether they get it or not. It's just simply I want my money now. And they just have to fill out a form so that we can process that. It is in no way going, we're going to decide whether you're needy enough or not. So okay. I'm sorry that sounded that way. It was not my intent at all. It's more of a, if we choose option 2, there has to be a option for the parent to say, no, I don't want a credit. I need that money back now. Right, that's what that's for. Excellent. Okay. All right. So then to answer your question about the parents, I only heard from 2 teachers that work for the district that have asked, will I be getting a credit towards next year? They weren't interested in a refund. They just wanted to know because they're writing checks right now for their deposit for next year. And they're like, do I write it for the whole thing, or do I get a credit for this? And I said, I don't know. It hasn't been decided yet. And then they didn't say anything more to me. I have heard from 1 private paid family that asked, but I just said it hasn't been decided yet. Otherwise, the state has made it for our state funded low income families, And that's what I meant by that management bulletin. They have ruled that we cannot refund the money that our low income families, some of them who come full days, they have a sliding scale. And so they'll have a family fee. And CDE has told us we are not allowed to refund any of March. And so that's why that sentence is in there. I'm just, because it was like, I'm following their what they told me I have to do. So that's not an option. And then there is essential childcare that is free to essential workers. And I have been putting a couple of different families in touch with that free childcare. Only 2 families have contacted me, and I've put that out there several times. And that is free to anybody who's an essential worker. So I can help them obtain that childcare. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's really helpful. All of that. Thank you.
Yeah, and
I
just
still need to hear from the superintendent.
Well, I think Annette, you were saying something though.
Yeah, I was just going to add that specifically, Laura asked the parents, told them that we were going to be making a decision on this, and that was her response. So she didn't just wait for the responses to come in. She actually reached out to all the parents, just so you all know that. It was, she did it by email, and I appreciate that they did that ahead of time.
Yeah, thank you.
Clarification made. Where's the superintendent?
I can fully support what the board is saying in terms of their decision on this. And the other piece that I simply wanted to add, 2 pieces. One is that I've heard actually personally from a lot of the Carmel teachers who are just absolutely full of gratitude that we have continued to keep them on the payroll, to support them, even though, you know, they don't have kids sitting in front of them. And what's interesting is, as I've been doing my individual phone calls, I didn't know this until I started talking with them. There are quite a few of them that are doing things remotely with those kids. They are calling up, they're doing Zooms. I mean, with preschool kids, they're reaching out, they're sending home packets. So they're doing what they can to continue those connections. And, you know, if we were another district, not the one that we are, another decision would be more advisable. But I agree with you that, you know, as long as the board is comfortable with this, we can probably absorb this and support this. And the thing that I was very concerned about, as we were talking about, you know, lots of things, Carmelo is where our magic starts. It's one of the first sites that I spent any time at when I first got here. And I was just so moved and touched, not just by the love and the affection that the teachers have for the kids and the family feeling, but really instructionally and social emotional instruction too. It all gets laid there as a foundation. And so whatever we have to do to support that program and those teachers to keep them there, and Laura just got some great news. I'll let her speak to that in a minute. But they got a, what is it, Laura, a 5-star rating, I think. And it's because of her leadership, and it's because of the board and the district's support for that program, that this is a real, you know, place where our kids start. And we're going to be hiring probably younger teachers in the future. They're going to be having children. They're going to be coming to Carmelo. I mean, this is a program that we have to protect, and this is a program that we have to support, because it is truly where it all starts. And it is, you know, and it should be acknowledged. This is the thing that's sometimes difficult to underscore, but this is a huge benefit that we do give to our employees, and we do it for a good reason, you know, and I'm proud of us for doing that. Not every district is able to do that, but I think that, you know, this is one of the gems in our crown, and we need to support it fully. So I'm in full support of where the board is ending up on this. I think it's really good to have all of the information in front of you, and so you can see what the financial contributions are that the district makes for the program, and just acknowledge that. But I'm in full support of where you're ending up with this. And I also would like to say, I don't think that that particular sentence that Yvonne had in the rationale carried the intent that, you know, perhaps it was perceived to intend. It was not intended to exclude our employees. So at any rate, that's where I sit, Carl.
Can I make a motion
Thank
then?
you for that explanation. You know, I think, Todd, I don't know if you wanted to weigh in or.
I wanted to make a motion.
Confirm. You know, it is true that it's a lost leader for us, you know, that one and transportation. But for obvious reasons on both counts, you know, they're integral parts of the family that we are in Carmel. And, you know, we're one of those districts that, one of the rare districts that really can afford to go the extra mile. And I think, Todd, you started it off, kicked it off in the right direction. I think Loanne, Barb, and Annette did absolutely what a board member and district staff should be doing, and that is explaining the depth of the costs and where they would come from and how they have not been pre-allocated because we didn't know that we needed to. So I really appreciate that level of responsibility in going there. So I think at this point, we're probably ready for a recommendation.
I can make a motion.
That's what I'm talking about. Excuse me.
Yes, yeah.
Motion, not recommendation.
Thanks, girl. So I'm gonna propose a combination of option 1 and option 2. I'll call it option 4, which is to refund half of March tuition to any family that is requesting a refund. The other option included in that is credit half of March tuition toward whatever month that we are resuming tuition. And then that includes the remaining part of that option 2. For those not returning, they also could ask for a refund, which of course is carried by the first one. Then I also am adding to that the removal of the line that sort of caused the confusion, which is the line, would like to strike the line, refund options would not be provided to district staff as they are being paid and already receive a substantial discount.
Second.
Is that is that motion gonna be good with everyone? And that you're pretty good at vetting motions. What do you think? Does it make sense all the way through?
I guess so. I mean, that's fine. I think we didn't have to add in that language, but I appreciate that it was appropriate because of add in the part about it excluding our employees, because that's what started the whole discussion off earlier tonight. So anyway, if it's okay, I think we should ask staff if the motion was clear to them more than me.
Well, and any board member, clear to Sarah?
Yeah, I'm on board with the motion that Todd made.
Okay, and going back to staff, Yvonne, you're there. You know, you can kind of see where we're coming from, and I hope you can understand that after getting the information. Is that pretty fair to say?
Yes, I understand the motion and we can implement that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Let's get a motion.
Thank you.
We have the motion. And
we have a motion.
We have it. Yeah.
We already did it.
And Tess seconded it.
I seconded.
Okay. Moved to second. Any further questions?
Board,
Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
So moved, and thank you. Thanks, board, and thanks, staff, for, you know, putting it together in easily understood terms and giving us the option and knowing full well what we're doing, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Let's go to item F at this point, approval of the 2020-21 College and Career Access Pathways, CCAP, agreement with Monterey Peninsula College, which has been highly effective. In my opinion, that's just an editorial note. So that would be Blaze.
Blaze with us?
Blaze?
Not right now.
Not yet. Anyone, Barb, you can move this forward if you wish.
Speak to this. This is simply the standard CCAP agreement. It is extending the agreement we already had into 2021. It's this dual enrollment partnership. You may remember the whole presentation we had last year on it. There's no changes in the pathways. This just gives us that continuing dual enrollment partnership with MPC, and actually has been really an exciting piece to look at this year with, you know, you heard John speak about the increasing enrollment in U.S. history, and obviously we have a sports med pathway too. I think in the future, you know, we'll continue looking at this and see what other opportunities there are, but this isn't about any particular course or any particular pathway. It's just the partnership agreement. So I would prove it.
So
Yeah.
Barb, you stole my thunder. I was going to have my 20-slide PowerPoint for Carl. I guess we won't need that now.
Hey, Blaze, can we do that offline together, you and I?
Sure thing. I'll make it 40 slides.
Go ahead.
Um,
Well, I think Barb's pretty much aligned it.
Yep.
It's a heck of an
Make a
agreement.
motion
and it's a
if
heck
there's
of a
no
step forward.
questions or comments.
Excuse me?
I said I'll go ahead and make a motion if there's no questions or comments.
Yeah, go ahead and make a motion.
All right, so motion to approve the College and Career Access Pathways and Dual Enrollment Partnership Agreement for 2020 to 2021.
Second. Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
So moved. Item H, psychology and behavioral, learning. Item G, learning alley independent contract agreement. Blaze?
No, this is Steve.
Oh, it says Blaze on the agenda.
Well,
We're a team. We're a team. We're working together on it.
Oh, okay. Interchangeable parts. We'll do it.
Yeah. So as you know, the California Department of Ed submitted guidelines around the California guidelines for addressing dyslexia in 2017. And this is really for us to really have a structured plan to address our pathway forward in addressing students with reading challenges. In the guidelines, they actually state the necessary need to expand the toolbox and to have multisensory approaches. And this is one of the aspects of the approaches, is to expose students to audiobooks. And this would be a coordinated effort at the sites where teams would be looking at students who would need more tools to have access for the audiobooks. And this can also be applied for our distance learning formats as well. And the staff there would be qualifiers so that students can have access to the audiobooks.
What are any associated costs with this thing, Steve?
There is. It's a 5-year contract, a license for $30,000. We were looking at a early intervention grant that can help support it. So over 5 years, it would be $30,000.
Well, do we have to go 5 years to know if we want to go 5 years?
That was in regards to the 5 years contract, that was the most cost effective.
Okay.
Matt, it would be.
So that was the price break point that we were kind of working with, right? In terms of the time on the contract. It just seems like a long-term contract. And if you think it's something that we're going to be absolutely doing in 5 years and embracing, and things don't change and different programs don't come that are equally supportive, then I'm fine with it.
you know, Carl, this is for grades K through 12. It addresses our special ed needs, but it's also something that could be used by general ed. I mean, really, if you think about it as a licensing program over 5 years, it's a bar. I fully would recommend going for this. Plus, they also include professional development for staff in the use of it as well.
If you fully recommend it, I'm for it.
Move approval of the agreement with independent contractor service agreement between Learning Ally and CUSD as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
You're on mute.
Yes, you're muted.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go to item H. Are you with me?
Mhm.
Okay. Item H, psychology and behavioral services. PC contract amendment, and this is again Steve.
So Psych Services is an agency that helps support high quality assessments and also behavioral supports. Our focus here would be to support the psychological evaluations. This is really to foresee some of the backlog in the assessments that we may be experiencing due to the closure of the school or the schools. Once the school did close, all of the pending assessments stopped at that point in time. So everything going forward is on hold. When the schools do reopen, we're going to have to re-engage in the assessments. And because we just have 2 school psychologists in the district prior to the closure, they were pretty overwhelmed in terms of, you know, what was currently on their plate. And so this is to help support the assessments once the schools do reopen, and to also support students that we have coming back into the district.
Okay. Associated costs?
Right there.
It could be anywhere from, right now we have it from 10 to 30, I think 35,000. They do charge around 4,000 per assessment if it's a full psychoeducational evaluation.
Okay. Well, we need the services, so I think a motion is probably in order.
Move approval of the contract amendment as presented, not to exceed the 35,000. And note that it's coming out of what has already been budgeted.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you.
From the department.
Yeah.
We have a second from you, Tess?
Yes.
Okay, we've got a motion moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice. No, who was that? Steve? Steve. Thank you.
Yes.
Item I, HGHB architect contract master agreement, and that would be Yvonne.
Yes, I'm recommending approval of this master agreement with a local architect, HGHB Architects. They are a Monterey firm and they've provided services to the district in the past. So by approving this master agreement, it will allow us to easily, with board approval for each project, come to the board and not have to do contract negotiations on every project. So it is my recommendation that you approve this master agreement for HGHB Architects.
Let me add a little footnote to it. Typically, this is the architectural firm that handles the smaller architectural projects in the district. It's not your major firms that are doing, like, you know, entire buildings and things like that. So typically, the district has these kind of services available, and it's a local agency, so we can move things along. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, can I just add one more thing? Even though we have made the decision to pull back from going for a general obligation bond, there are still those one-time smaller projects that, as part of the 10-year facilities master plan, we will chip away at. And this is the kind of firm that can help us with that as we can manage that with our current budget.
Yeah, and it's a firm we have to have. There's no question about it. I'm not saying this specific one. I'm sure Yvonne's vetted this, but you got to have this kind of thing, folks. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the HGHB architect contract master agreement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes, sorry.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. Item J, Chromebook Order 2020-2021 school year, Minnesota Master Agreement, MNWNC-108 Amendment. Paul?
Hey, yeah, this is our annual order for Chromebooks. We just want to get a head start on it because we're hearing rumors that lots of districts will be in competition for the Chromebooks. We know we're going to need them no matter what scenario we're on next year. And this initial order will be for the incoming 5th grade and 9th grade. And that's the year that we cycle new computers into this system. So, and then we will continue to use the contract during the year for replacement parts or other computers as needed. But this will get our big initial order taken care of, and we'll get early in line to be able to buy them.
So you're planning ahead. Do we have a motion?
I actually one question for Paul. Do we have any kind of percentage overage that we are padding this with, or is this just what you would expect under normal circumstances?
We are padding it with a 10% is what we always do, and that gives us for loss and breakage and loaners and things like that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'll make a motion. The board approve Chromebook Order 2020 to 2021 school year as presented.
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item
Carl.
K. Thanks, Paul. Item K, Memorandum of Understanding between the Carmel Unified School District and the Carmel School Employees Association concerning the district response to coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Tricia?
I am here tonight to ask for the board's approval for an MOU that we developed with the CSEA group, and I want to throw another shout out to Bud Libby and his team for working so cooperatively with us in these really difficult times to create this MOU of understanding as we move forward. And it sort of outlines what we expect from each other, certainly in these challenging times. And so hopefully you've had a chance to read through that. And if you have any questions, you can ask me, but we're asking for an approval this evening.
Yes, and of course, it looks like it's mutually agreed upon.
Yes.
So I would think what we do is move forward. Do we have a motion?
Move approval of the memorandum of understanding between the district and CSEA regarding the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. And thanks to all of you.
Yeah.
Second.
Thanks, Tricia, for brokering this deal. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item L. Memorandum of Understanding between the Carmel Unified School District and the Association of Carmel's Teachers regarding COVID-19 pandemic school closure. Tricia?
Yes, so in the same vein, we also had similar conversations with our ACT group, and I'd like to throw a shout out to Bill Schreier and all of his people as well. As we move through this difficult time, and we were able to outline some areas of concern and make sure that we have safety applied to our teachers as well. And if you were able to read through this MOU, you can see that it has signatures from both sides, and we are feeling very comfortable with moving forward with this document. If you've had a chance to read through and have any questions, please ask.
I have read through it.
I have
It's an interesting document, well crafted.
I have just one comment that I appreciate the understanding and the language about it being a living document because obviously we're in different times. So seeing that language in there was much appreciated.
And I would attribute that to the president of ACT, Bill Schreier, who worked with our superintendent to make this document a livable document and moving and flexible as we move through these issues together. Fortunately, we have a president of our union who is able to craft this document probably without even the help of his CTA organization.
Well, then, thanks to both Barb and Bill Schreier for getting this done. Let's get a motion.
Motion to adopt the memorandum of understanding between Carmel Unified School District and Association of Carmel Teachers regarding COVID-19 pandemic school closure.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Trish?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Tricia. Nice to hear from you, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm still up. You haven't gotten rid of me yet.
Oh, she's still there. Oh, Tricia, it's continuing to be nice to hear from you. How's that? Item M, we've got a side letter agreement between Carmel Unified School District and the California School Employees Association Chapter 190 regarding pay of excess vacation days. Tricia?
Yes, so as we went and sort of jumped through each of our challenges and issues that came forward, we realized that our 12-month classified employees wouldn't have the ability to take a vacation this year. And if it was a vacation, it was a staycation, and it most likely wouldn't be what they wanted to be doing. And so with that, we realized that they would be sort of stacking up vacation days beyond the 10 days that we allow per contract to roll over to the next year. And so with that, we created this side letter to allow for the payout for this year only of those excess vacation days. So at the end of the fiscal year, whatever time that they have on the books with us, they will get a paycheck to pay them out for this vacation time. We feel that's very fair, and it sounds as though they feel the same, and people feel good about this agreement. We ask that you approve it this evening. If you have any questions, please let me know.
It sounds very fair to me. Need a motion?
Motion to approve side letter agreement regarding pay of excess vacation days.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Did I hear
Yes.
Tess?
Yes.
okay. Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and again, thanks, Tricia. Item N, resolution number 20-10, calling for the Board of Education election and setting the specifications of the election, because we do have 3 seats upcoming on the school board. So it's a resolution we have to deal with. Is there a motion or a question?
I'll make a motion if there's no questions.
Please.
Motion to approve resolution ordering an election requesting, oh, why am I'm reading the document? Oh, can you flip to the agenda?
20-10.
Sorry.
Resolution number 20-10 is what you were saying.
Go ahead. You just go to it.
Approve resolution number 20-10 as presented, or not actually presented in our packets.
There you go. Is there a second to that?
Second to that.
There is a second from Sarah. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item O, resolution number 20-11, California Day of the Teacher. Is there a motion?
Move approval of resolution number 20-11, honoring our teachers with a special day as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Trish?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item P, resolution number 20-12, California Classified School Employees Week. Barb, is there anything you wish to add to this? It says Barb by it, but I think we just simply, obviously, should approve this motion. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve resolution 20-12.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes, and they get a whole week because they're so important, I guess. It's always
not just a day. Good point.
It gets pointed out, I know. Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. Item number Q, resolution 20-13, CCDC CSPP-930802 amendment. Any questions can be directed to Yvonne.
Or Blaze. Is
Or Mark.
Move approval of resolution number 20-13.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item R, resolution number 20-14, teacher assignments for the 2020-2021 school year. Motion?
Move approval of resolution number 20-14 about teacher assignments.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. Item S, resolution number 20-15, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2021 school year. And yeah, just a quick summary on this one is, Bob can correct me, or Tricia, she's still there, but this is a resolution that allows some teachers to teach out of their specific subject areas as they are either pursuing credentialing in that area or filling a need.
Motion to adopt resolution 20-15.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item T, resolution number 20-16. It's a bid award for exterior speaker installation. And this would be at Carmel High School.
Yvonne, I think it's not just at the high school though, right? Or is it?
I think it's
This
just
is
the
Dan.
high school.
This is Dan. I've got this one.
Oh, Dan, okay.
This is a project that the facilities and tech departments worked on to expand the speaker coverage at all the sites to meet the requirements of the safety for the ALICE implementation. And it was a challenging bid environment because we were already in shelter in place, but we did have one bidder, came within budget, so we recommend approval of the project.
Did I have that right, Dan? All sites or just one? Starting
It's
with
all sites. It's all sites.
all sites. My apology. Motion?
Move approval to award the bid to Johnson Electronics and thank Dan for being there till the very end.
Second.
Second.
Well, I will approve the motion without Dan being there, but I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, yeah, I'll go with that. Okay, Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item U, resolution number 20-17, CCDC CSPP-9308, reduced days of operation or attendance due to emergency conditions. Well, I think we need a motion.
Motion to approve resolution number 20-17.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
So moved. Item V, resolution number 20-18 for non-state agency designation of applicant's agent. I don't know that we know what that is, but obviously it's a resolution, so it's something that has to happen.
This is designating Yvonne and I as an applicant agent so that we can recover certain costs. Is that accurate, Yvonne? Would you say that?
That's exactly right. This is for us to apply for FEMA funds that may be available for us to apply for any expenses that we incur for the pandemic-19 emergency.
Okay, I'm glad that was offered, that explanation. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 20-18.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Item W, resolution number 20-19, 2019-2020 high school graduation requirements. And I think Blaze has done a fairly thorough explanation of what is being released from those requirements and what the expectations are.
Motion to adopt resolution 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Trish?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
That concludes that part of the agenda. And now we are at number 9, which is board operations, which means that we do have a regular scheduled meeting for Wednesday, May 20th, 2020. And so it says here to be determined, subject to SIP order. What's SIP order?
Shelter in place.
Shelter in place.
There we go. Okay. So that's more of a notification than anything else. We have future topics, but right now I think the future topics are pretty much captured with our efforts on the COVID-19 stuff that we're putting together and moving forward. So at this point, we're going to adjourn. We would be adjourning to closed session, but it is 9 o'clock almost. Is the board want to weigh in at all on that?
Can I just say
go
one?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Barb.
I just want a huge shout out for the team that helped us with this first online board meeting.
Yes.
Really smoothly, and you don't have a clue, really, no one does, of the number of hours that Tricia, Paul, Rob, Concho, and others I'm probably not even remembering to mention, put into, figuring this out, how to put it together. Some of them went to other board meetings to see how they operated, working on some of the glitches, some of the practices we did before we actually had practices that you could participate in. And I'm just very proud of this team because, this was a first for us. It's a historic moment, and it's unfortunate that it's caused by this pandemic, but I think that I'm really proud of what they were able to come together and do. So I just wanted to say.
I was going to say, Barb, I think that's well said. Especially when you have a dinosaur kind of like me trying to move it along. So really, I think for a first time out, pretty darn good.
Yeah.
I agree. And I just wanted to add that I really appreciated that we were able to take public comment on the items as after the presentation started and as they went on. And I think that made it seem just very similar to the way we did this in live, when we were live. And so I appreciate the extra efforts that went into that.
I would also like to add that there's some people that are behind the scenes too, and Tricia can help me remember, but you don't know this, but Michelle Mahaney and Anna Medina was also on deck taking notes and helping Tricia with some of the things behind the scenes. Tricia, who else am I forgetting to mention?
It's Anna and Michelle. They were helping me because when I knew we would go fast with all the resolutions. So to be able to write everything down and keep going, they have been my backup.
Barb, you need to throw in Paul and company and mention the company, because without those tech guys, we would not be doing this.
Yeah, I think I did mention them, but maybe some of the behind the scenes ones I forgot. Paul, did you want to speak to that at all?
I think you got the main ones. We're still here. We hope to have a short closed session so that Pancho and Rob go to bed.
Yeah.
But Paul, my offer to help you people with technology is still available if you wish to take it.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Finally, up to Sarah for helping you, Carl.
Yes.
I hate to say it, but Sarah is actually a part of that tech team.
He is.
Unpaid, but willing. All right, guys. So we would be adjourning to closed session. Is there any comments about that from the board?
I would like to make a recommendation to put something on the calendar for next week so we can do it at a separate time when we're not exhausted.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know how Annette and Todd feel, but I think, boy, we've been at this for a while. So it would have to be a special meeting if we did it next week.
Is it considered to be a special meeting if it's a continuation?
It depends on how many days, but I would also have to honestly look to see with the new Brown Act suspension of certain parts.
Right.
Really how that worked out. I didn't have that pre-thought out, sorry.
Well,
how would you have known?
But we could do a special meeting announcement where it's just closed session only. And so that would be set up with just one link for you and you would handle just the item.
Okay.
If it could be a continuation, that's an option that we should look at just to know. I don't know if you can do that or not.
Yeah,
so Trish, maybe you can dig that answer up.
Yes, I'll let you know by tomorrow.
Todd, excuse me?
Annette and Todd, should we throw around a date right now or no? Sorry, Carl.
I'm fine as soon as possible.
Todd, you're the one that is the most elusive one on the planet, not just the board.
Can we circulate some dates and times? Because I also need to organize it with my own life too.
Let's do this, guys. Let Tricia try to get an answer to that question tomorrow. Unless she wants to try to contact all those people tonight, they could answer it. No, she's not going to do that. Okay, so let her get an answer and then put the question back out tomorrow. So at what point where she's got an answer for us, and you know how she solicits dates and sets up meetings. Let her do her thing.
I would just would watch for her inquiry and try to give her an answer quickly because she's handling a lot of other things. And so this would be important for you to get back to her, once she puts that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And Barb, if you think, better find another way to set up the meeting, if you want one of us to try to engineer the meeting, we could probably do that to take it off of her plate. She still have to post it and all that, but we're not trying to add work to her. I just think we're.
No, I'm just talking about getting back to her in a prompt fashion. Sometimes you get, embroiled in your work schedule. She's just going to have to work quickly on that, so she'll need you to respond to her quickly.
Totally fair.
I hear that, Barb.
Thank you, Todd. Anyway,
I will try to respond really fast to her, but just so you know, I'm in Zoom meetings or virtual meetings, whatever, from 8 a.m. to 5:30 tomorrow, and I only have 2 15-minute breaks. So I'll try, but I will be looking at my computer, obviously. So I'll do my.
You're talking about simply responding, right? You're just talking about responding tomorrow.
Responding.
Right?
I'm pretty good at it normally, but I'm just giving you a heads up. that tomorrow's kind of a bad day for me.
I can,
Yeah,
I can text you.
Yeah, she's good,
No,
but
and
you're good
email.
at that.
Email's fine, but I just am giving Trisha a heads up. It's a bad
Okay.
day for me.
I just want to say thank you to all of you guys. It's good to see your faces.
It is, really.
I agree. Even the guy with the headset, I almost forgot what he looked like, but there he is.
So funny, Carl.
And also, Todd, I need to say, if you're given the, what was it, 6,000 masks or something like that?
Yeah, I have a bead on. Actually, I didn't realize. So I'm now working with Dan and Paul and Bill and Barb and a few others to try and see, and also the MCOE to see how many. Basically, it seems from what I've gathered, they're just saying how many do you need, because we have a direct line with BYD, the manufacturer of, or one of many manufacturers of masks, hand sanitizers, gloves. So, so I'm going to tap into that.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Yeah.
Very cool. I read that today on the email. Very, very good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, and thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Nice seeing you all.
All right,
You
we'll see you.
too.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.